Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. Really do appreciate your time. Tonight, we are talking about the case of Jack and Lilly Sullivan, who vanished from their Pictou County, Nova Scotia home on May 2nd, 2025, just over a year ago now. Recently, last night, Daniel Martell, the mother's boyfriend, he who lived with Jack and Lilly, was on our friend Charmaine's page and did an interview. Something is up because the only time Daniel speaks is when it benefits him. A lot to talk about on the other side of this.
I've walked through storms in scars and grace, smile through pain with a painted face. They call me too loud, too much, too strong, but honey, that's the reason I belong. Every scar's a scripture, every tear's a hymn. I found my worth where the light grew dim. They tried to break me, but here's a twist. I turned my pain into a clenched fist. I'm an unbreakable woman, born of fire and pearl. I shine like grace in a reckless world. You can test my faith, you can shake my plan, but I'll rise again. Just watch me I've been whispered about and written off, judged by the gloss, not the cost. But God don't build weak hearts from gold. He made me fierce and he made me bold. I bend, I pray, I roar, I rise with mascara, tears and battle cries. Don't need your crown, I forge my own. From ashes, honey, I build my throne. I'm
Sing it with me.
unbreakable soul, dressed in truth and pearls. The fire don't scare me, it lights my world. You can doubt my
Ooh, helicopter.
voice, you'll hear my name. I'm holy and hood, and I'm done with shame. For everyone called too much, too loud, too real. You're not to anything. You're exactly what power looks like. I'm an unbreakable soul through the fight and flame. My scars are stories, my strength, my faith. Faith in my heart, fire in my curls, forever divine. Clutch them pearls.
Let's get it.
Coming in clutch, better tighten them pearls, dropping cold facts. Got the truth for the world, no smoke, no fluff, just the real that we trust. Hold on to your seat, cause I'm coming in clutch.
Ready? Let's go.
Coming in clutch, better tighten them pearls, dropping cold facts. Got the truth for the world, no smoke, no fluff, just the real that we trust. Hold on to your seat, cause I'm coming in clutch.
Here we go.
Coming in clutch. Coming in clutch, better tighten the pearls, dropping cold facts. Got the truth for the world, no smoke, no fluff, just the real that we trust. Hold on to your seat, cause I'm coming in clutch. Coming in clutch.
welcome and thank you. Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. If you have a complaint about something and find your content is being used incorrectly, infringement was not done on purpose and will be rectified to all parties' satisfaction. Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. I really do appreciate your time. You could have chosen to be anywhere on YouTube. You have a lot of options anywhere on the internet, anywhere in the world, and you chose to be right here. I know your time is very valuable, and I do appreciate you spending some time with me. Today is May 27th, 2026. It is currently 5:22 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States. Bonjour. Oui. Tonight we're talking about the Jack and Lilly Sullivan case out of Pictou County, Nova Scotia. Jack and Lilly have been missing since May 2nd, 2025. Recently, there have been unrelated charges on Daniel Martell, the stepfather, not really the stepfather, the mother's boyfriend at the time, unrelated to Jack and Lily's case. However, you never know what they might be doing, the RCMP. And last night, he did another interview. I was in there for part of it. I listened to more of it after my live stream last night, and I still haven't gotten through all of it. But it's very interesting why Daniel is speaking now. Remember, he spoke out for months, lied for months, in my opinion. And then he got quiet. Well, recently he is speaking out again. Is it July or June? I can't remember if it was June or July. I think it's July when his next court hearing is, on how he will plead. Prosecutors have spoken out publicly and say that they believe they have more than enough to charge him with the 3 counts that he is currently facing, which is assault, SA, and forcible confinement. And I only believe he is doing this for a reason. Either he just doesn't care any longer about what he says about Malaya in this case, and he just wants to get it all out, or he's trying to get ahead of something, one or the other. Very interesting in this interview that we are going to be talking about today. Daniel finally admits that he crushed the car, which we knew, but it's just nice to hear him actually be truthful for once. He crushed the car that he claims was just sitting there taking up space. So, RCMP knows about it. We all know about it. I don't know if you guys remember, I had some information that I did call into the RCMP about the car in the past. It was right around the time I think he did the interview with DT, if you guys remember. And I think he realizes the RCMP is onto him. Hello, Helicopter Mama, and thank you so much for gifting a pearl necklace. Really appreciate you, my dear. Thank you so much for that. Very kind of you. If you receive that, make sure you give our Helicopter Mama a big thank you. Just in question, talking around in circles, right? He is like Ring Around the Rosie. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And this is precisely why he will not speak to me. He will not speak to me. He's a coward. Dad, and he says he doesn't watch YouTube. But what is interesting is he just happened to be watching YouTube while Charmaine was live, and I guess came up unexpectedly. Yes, the blue black. Yes, the blue. It's the blue. Yep, sure did. And lots of things that we're going to be talking about tonight. So get comfy. It's going to be one of those. And do me a favor, guys, before we get started, if you would be so kind, and please do me a favor, hit that thumbs up button. Would greatly appreciate that. Also, share this live out on any of your favorite social media. Hit that share button, copy that link, drop it in any of your favorite social media. Would be so thankful. Jack and Lily have been missing a year. There's not as many people talking about it. There's not as many people interested in it as they once were. But we're still here. We're still going to be here for Jack and Lily, whether there's 1 or 1,500 or 2,000 in my chat. We're not giving up on Jack and Lily. And if you just hit the share button, drop it in any of your social media, any groups. If you hit the thumbs up button, if you hype that after the live stream on any of your mobile devices, you get 3 hypes a week. If you don't use it, you lose it, so to say. All of those help the algorithm for Jack and Lily. It pushes their name out. So appreciate you all being here. It's actually crazy, just the things that and I was in there last night. I appreciate Shar for doing this, and I got timed out by one of her mods, so I had to go on one of my other screen names, my other channel. I was on my J for A, and then I just ended up had a live stream with Dr. Vanna and all that. So we're going to be reviewing some stuff. The thing is, Daniel, with his car, he told a half truth, because it recently came out that Daniel's car was stuck in the mud way up in the woods, and they had gotten it out, and then he went and had it crushed. He went and had it crushed with his own lips. He says he had it crushed. Yeah, Shar, I was giving Daniel hell last night in chat. I really was. I really was. I don't know how anybody could believe Daniel. It's beyond. You just truly have to be blithely unaware, or just not care about the multiple stories that this man has truly made up. It's crazy. Stuck in the muds in the woods. Maybe it was full of evidence. Well, and we're going to get to that with the car thing and all that. But just think of it this way. Remember what the neighbors said? I'll pull it up here in a little bit. They said it was Daniel's car. They knew the sound of Daniel's car. They heard it going in and out after midnight till about 5:30 in the morning, the night the kids go missing. They knew it was Daniel's car. Now, Daniel, or not Daniel, Daniel does speak in an interview about financial problems, and his car wasn't running. He wants to make sure he gets ahead of that then. And that he had to get a ride to work with like his uncle and other people. So we'll get to all of that as well. The reason I think he said it is because he knows the RCMP knows about this car. He actually says the RCMP knows about the vehicle, but he says they were fine with it. Okay, Daniel. Okay, whatever you say. Whatever you say. Didn't someone he know owns a junkyard? Oh, baby, right behind his best friend's house, there is a scrapyard, a crusher. So you guys know I'm a little passionate about this case because I just feel like Jack and Lily have been absolutely failed in every sense of the word. And so I get a little sassy with this one. So just get ready. Get with me. Get ready. That's all I can say. Because it's going to be one of those. I can feel it already. Who has their vehicle crushed? Odd. Yeah, especially whenever in the interview that he did that he was, that he just didn't have the money to fix it at the time. And, when things got better, he was going to fix it. Right? We'll get up to all that. Helicopter, thank you so much again. I did, Sassy. Thank you. My little channel. Thank you so much. I appreciate you very, very much. If you received that, make sure you thank our dear helicopter mama. This is the thing. This is the thing. You guys know I can truly get along with anybody. I really try to meet people where they're at in life. But when you are lying on a 4 and a 6-year-old, I have nothing for you. Nothing. There is nothing. When these children have been neglected and abused, and you're lying on them to save your own ass, which in the end, it's not going to save you, in my opinion, Daniel. RCMP already knows they're building that case, and justice will be served. Justice will be served. Hey, Miss Joyous. Reno Corn, good to see you, dear. Susan, Pam, Sandwich, Susan, Lisa, Miss Joyous. How you doing, girl? Laura. Laraj, sorry. Wendy, Susan, Leslie, always keeping it real. Anna to the banana. Wendy, Pam, Susan. Good to see everyone. Guys, hit that thumbs up button as you're coming in. Here we go. Now, again, Daniel is very comfortable with talking to Shar because Shar, she kind of pushes back on a couple things in this, but Shar doesn't. She just kind of lets Daniel, his answer is his answer. And like I always say, we all have our strengths as creators and we all work differently. She lets Daniel talk, which is fine. Because if he's comfortable, he's gonna talk more. Now, like if he would come up here with me, I would eat his lunch. I would eat his lunch probably for him. And he probably would never come back here, right? He would never, ever come back here because I'd eat his breakfast for him. Because I would be pushing back on everything. But that's not how, she works. And he keeps coming back, which again, every time we get a little bit more inconsistencies, we get more lies, of course. But again, those lies we can stack up with his other lies and the inconsistencies that just does not make it possible. Don, thank you, baby. Appreciate you so much. Justin, thanks for your voice fighting for Debbie. Thank you so much, Miss Don. Appreciate you very, very much, my dear. Good to see you. How you doing, girl? Good to see you, Miss Don. Thank you. Eat his lunch like groceries, honey. Mm-hmm. You know it, Sam. You know it, girl. Mm-hmm. I would. Oh, he leaks like a sieve. Leaks like a sieve. It's he's got in my opinion, he's definitely got a complex. Can't own a junkyard. I don't know if he owns a junkyard, but I know he owns like a body shop or a garage or something like that. All right, here we go. Let's get it started, guys.
Yeah.
That was me. That's my bad.
I know.
That's my bad. So I'm gonna go back. I've got some pinned comments in my mod chat, just questions that people had. So if you have anything that you
Again, I don't take up for either one of these, Daniel or Malaya. I am not going to take up for someone who's not searching for her kids, has not done a damn thing to show that she's actually searching for her kids, and someone who has lied off there for the last over year now. I think they are both equal in their own respects. Again, I have a little bit more sympathy, if you will, for Malaya, because I do believe, in my opinion, Malaya had some things happen to her that should have never happened to her. However, that's wrong. But what is also wrong is staying in a place where someone's beating and neglecting your kids. And then after, there's bruises and neglect and all of this, you're not, they go missing, and you're not doing anything to help that. You know what I mean? Hey, Brookie Cookie, how you doing, girl? Appreciate you very much, your little papillon. I love it. I love papillons. Thank you so much, my dear. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the Pearl family. Annabelle, good to see you, girl. Love you, Miss Annabelle. Thank you so much. Annabelle was giving Daniel some hell last night too, which was refreshing, very much refreshing. Appreciate you, Miss Annabelle. Thank you so very much for your support. Do appreciate you. And, Garden Gal, how you doing, girl? Thank you so much. Really do appreciate that, old Garden Gal. You received that. Make sure you give our old Garden Gal a big thank you. And Baby Monkey, we love a Baby Monkey. Thank you, Baby Monkey. Appreciate you, babe. Good to see you. Thank you for your support, my dear. They both know what happened, in my opinion. I don't feel any sympathy for him. She had the responsibility to protect her. I agree. When I say I have sympathy for Malaya, I don't mean anything about the case per se. What I mean is, if there was physical abuse with her, I have sympathy for that. The way she behaves as a mother for her missing kids there's no excuse for it. There's just absolutely no excuse for it. Hey, Sarah, good to see you. Got your pooch on there now. Good to see. So, also, speaking of that, Daniel said something that pissed me off last night. And once I started in chat, he started walking it back a little bit. I noticed because he was watching me. He was watching me in chat. He was talking about some of the searchers wasn't like they weren't really even doing anything. They weren't really even doing anything. He's like, they would go 10 feet in the woods and say my knee hurts or whatever. And I said, Daniel, what are you talking about? Why are you shaming these people that came out, left the comfort of their homes, got ready to search for your stepchildren? I mean, come on. And that's 10 feet. That's 10 feet more, Daniel, than what Malaya did. Malaya didn't even get out of the damn yard. I just could not believe. I don't care if there was one there that walked 10 feet. And that's all they did. They got out of their home. They took their time out of their day because they cared. Not everyone is methed out and can bounce around the hills like you can, Daniel. Probably the average age there was probably 50 years old with those searchers. So you are such an ungrateful pig, in my opinion. It did me too, Joyous. I just was disgusted by that. Never heard anyone even remotely talk about a searcher in a negative way. And then once I started, he's like, yeah, it might have been just, a few percent and all that. And I was just like,
You want to answer that stuck out to you right in the beginning, you go ahead and do that, and I'm gonna jump over
go.
and just check something out. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I've only been here for like a few minutes. As soon as I came in, I seen that Mom was watching it, and when I was talking to her, and then I decided, yeah, you're answering a whole bunch of questions from the chat, so I figured I could jump in and try to help.
Okay, yeah, and thanks for watching, Janie. And like I said, no shade. What I was saying before. I mean, the fact is, so.
Oh, thank you, Miss Joyous. That's very, very generous of you. Really appreciate that, honey. Thank you so much. I wonder why Daniel even brought up the searcher. Let me turn it down. I'll look at that. We'll look at some context of how, when that comes up, just remember how he got onto that. And then the context clues might help us out, find out. But I don't know. That's a very good question. I just couldn't believe someone saying that, And then you have Daniel talking and Janie talking about Malaya's family, that they were, having a family reunion in the house. And just like, I think it's Haley said, well, we were all searching and we were all looking, but we weren't on math. So we weren't bouncing around. Right. Oh, yeah, 1,000%. They both know. Listen, never be convinced that Daniel and Malaya don't know what happened to Jack and Lilly. Oh, I've got to pull up something because I was doing some research on this last night of Daniel, one of the things he was lying about, and I just wanted to show you guys this. Hey, Deb, Farm Girl, Miss Sherry, Wendy, Miss Kelly Cal, good to see you, honey. Susan, LJ, everyone.
Going back to something that we did discuss, and I don't know if you heard it or not, Daniel, but we were talking about the CCTV video and people. Well, I mean, it's not that people are going to believe you anyways, but just say it for the people that are lurking. Was it Jack and Lilly that left the store with you guys that day? And do you know why they won't release it to the public?
The reason why, well, first we'll start off by saying, yes, it was me, Malaya, Jack and Lilly, and also our daughter, right? I'm not going to try to avoid saying her name on here. But yeah, we were seen on video at Dollarama. And then also in the court documents, we were also seen by my coworker in the parking lot as we were leaving. So there's two sightings just in that one area there. And they won't release the CC.
Tell them about what you were doing in the parking lot, Daniel. Don't forget that. We know. Go ahead and tell them what you were doing in the parking lot. Why you were meeting someone in the parking lot. It wasn't just any coworker, was it, Daniel?
CCTV footage, just due to the fact that it's considered evidence. I asked to see it so I could match the children's.
Now, here we go. Daniel said, I asked to see the CCTV footage so I could match the children's clothes. That's not why you asked to see it, Daniel. You know better than that. You wanted to see what you could see in that parking lot, what you guys were doing. That's why you wanted to see it. It wasn't because you wanted to match their clothes. Hell, they was in the same clothes for 2 damn days. You know what they were wearing. Malaya knows what they were wearing. Come on. You wanted to see what the RCMP knew at the Dollarama. Lies.
Clothes that were here at the house. And I figured that would be the best way to get the best description possible, right? Because if their clothes were changed, then obviously the clothes that.
When was their clothes changed, Daniel? What do you mean, when was their clothes changed? Their clothes hadn't been changed. Again, it was about you.
They would have changed into, would have been gone, and we would have had the ones from Dollarama here. But when I asked for the CCTV footage, they told me that, Daniel, it's considered evidence and you're considered a witness, so we can't give it to you. We can't let you see it.
Daniel's considered a witness, he says. He's a witness. To what? What are you a witness to? You're full of it, Daniel. I gotta pull up something.
That's kind of what I thought. Okay, so I've got this. A number of people wanted to know what you had to say or what your thoughts are on Brandon Lemieux. Is he aware of any relationships that Malaya may have had with Brandon prior to you getting with Malaya?
By the way, tomorrow, Daphne and I have a live stream on Jack and Lilly that we are covering, and we're pulling out some receipts, and you want to make sure you join us for that one as well.
What does he think about the things that Brandon stated that he had found while searching? What does he think of the RCMP losing that evidence? And what does he think about his second statement that came out later? Were you aware of all of that information?
Well, you can fill me in on some of it. I do have, some knowledge on him. He was discharged from the military because of mental illness. He got an honorable discharge because his wife left him and his life spiraled out of control. And he was discharged from the military for mental illness. So he does suffer from severe mental illness. He messaged me on May 5th and he said, where are the babies at? And, Major Crimes has came to me multiple times, bringing up his name, saying that he keeps going into the RCMP or putting in tips, directly attacking.
They are not going to tell you, Daniel, what other people are saying. The RCMP is not going to tell you what other tips they came in or anything like that. You are straight up lying right there. The RCMP is not going to talk to you about anyone else.
me.
Summer breeze makes me feel fine. Darling, thank you so much. Appreciate you, Summer breeze. Good to see you live. Love you, darling. Appreciate you very much, Summer. I can't watch the channel. You catch the manage from side, take your family player. I don't know what that means.
And they asked me, do you know him? Did you ever hear of him? I said, no, only the messages I've received from him. But yeah, he's been lingering around the case and these
Gotta pull up
odd
something, one
times where it seems very, very odd to me. But I guess he was here for the initial search, but he wasn't a searcher. But somehow he was in the area searching. I'm not, listen, I'm not sure on any of it, but he just seems, very odd. Major crimes have brought him up a few times because he puts in so many tips against me. But that's really all I know is what people tell me, right, about the mental illness that he has and, just the odd things that he's done.
Okay, right. And there are obviously a lot of questions. And so I'm going to go just one by one and I will get to as many as I possibly can. People want to know, and I know that you told us last time, but why is it that you're banned from the reservation? Can you just remind people?
It's one of the provisions of my undertaking.
Thank you. And so
Why was that? Was it
another
because
bit of
maybe was it because you were trying your damnedest to get to Malaya? You were stalking her. You were literally stalking her. And then you had people get in touch with her. And Daniel, I actually have the clip of where you were on the phone and you told someone that you had people speaking to her to get information for her. Come on, Daniel. Not only that, what happened at the CPS building twice, not once, twice. You couldn't help yourself. You're obsessed. You were obsessed.
Speculation that we've heard was that the witness, your friend from work or whatever, had heard, he saw Malaya with your youngest daughter,
Mhm.
but heard other people in the vehicle. Have you heard that? And who else was in the vehicle, I guess?
There was Lily Jack in the vehicle. That would have been when Malaya was putting our daughter into the car, right? And that's when Malaya got the new car. So, Ed was,
So you were pissed. Because Malaya got that new car, weren't you?
checking it out and everything.
You were losing control, weren't you?
And so the back windows are tinted so you can't see inside. So he only heard the kids, right? Lily and Jack in the back.
Makes sense to me. Thank you. And so that was this one. And I think his name is actually in the court
Good point.
documents, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So, okay. And then Monsters of Sabotage, welcome in. Daniel, did you give back the car seats and when did you give them back?
Give Lily and Jack car seats back. I'm guessing that's what Monsters is referring to. They were in Malaya's vehicle.
So in Logan, I think she was on Hidden in the Fog early on. And did she say that Malaya's vehicle had to be towed out of there?
Yeah, there's pictures of that. When Cindy and Malaya and them, they abandoned the search. That's what I call it, because that's what it was, right? They left the car parked at the end of Lansdowne Road, right at the intersection there. And when I went up for the next day to the search briefing with Commander of Operations, I think my brother was there with me for that. And commander of operations, name's Josh. He told me that this is exactly what he said. They're sick and fucking tired of the vehicle being in the way, so it had to be towed out of there because I left it right at the bottom of Lansdowne Road, and at that intersection. So the searcher's vehicles were having a hard time, going around it and everything. It should have never been left there. It should have been driven, to wherever, Cindy's or wherever, right? And then my wallet was left in the vehicle, and they took my wallet. So I had to ask Major Crimes to get that back for me.
Absolutely. JM, he said he arrived early and waited for her. Then he said he parked it, only available space next to her. Both can't be true. And actually, one of my mods in here went to that parking lot. That is a humongous parking lot. I do not believe him for a second that there was no other parking spaces.
And then some of the stuff was taken out of it, but all my important stuff remained.
Thank you, Summer Breeze.
But I did get my wallet back at least.
It's very strange to me that she didn't drive her new car when she left. Do you have any insight why that would have happened that way, or
I don't know what to tell you. When Malaya came out of that ambulance, she was shaking uncontrollably, and it was unlike anything I've ever seen a person go through. Up to that point, she grieving mother, it seemed like, but after she came out of that ambulance, she was a totally different person. She couldn't make eye contact, and she was shaking uncontrollably, and she kept saying, "I have to go with mom. I have to go with mom. I have to go with mom." And, that's when I, tell the story that, her mother said, "Get in the car now, Malaya." And then they just drove away. And that's when I had to chase after the car and say goodbye to my daughter. I said, "Daddy loves you." And, they sped away as, fast as they could. And, someone could have drove that vehicle home. Could have been Haley.
What do you mean, Jam? Yes, Sarah went there that night. It's huge. I'm not taking that away from that. However, he did nothing wrong. There was no undertaking at that point. He parked right next to her and communicated with her. She was at the back of her trunk. He waited till she went to the back of the trunk, and then he threw in the mail. He knew he wasn't supposed to be around Malaya. You can't smash Daniel to back MBM, then bash MBM. I think they're both equally disgusting in their own right. I don't take up for either one of them at all. No.
Could have been, any one of them, right? Could have been Cheryl. Could have been Shelby. Could have been, any of them. But they decided to leave it at that intersection for some odd reason.
Some of these questions, they're based on, I think, rumors and shit. And unfortunately, we have a couple of people who just like to talk, and then these theories come up, and then people, because there's so much, people get it mixed up with what the fact and what's not. So I'm gonna.
Some people accuse me of that, Charmaine. Talk just to talk.
Okay. From what I understand, there actually was conditions at that point, not as it is now. But let's just say this. If someone blocks you from everything, right? If someone blocks you from everything and you want nothing to do with them, why would you go up to someone? I'm not going to go up to someone who doesn't want anything to do with me. Let's say there was none. Let's say there was no. Would you go up to someone who wanted absolutely nothing to do with you? Granted, I think Malaya is a piece of shit. He did that for control. He did that for control. And that's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. He did it as a control mechanism. Blocked on everything. And yet you park right beside of her. All that. And Daniel says, even in this, we told you, you know, he got in trouble because of that. So there was some stipulation there. They told him not to go around Malaya again because she told on him. Grandma, thank you so much, my dear. Appreciate you very much. Thank you, lovies. Good to see you. Appreciate you, my dear. Thank you so much. My lovies.
For sure. But I mean, you know what I mean. And I'll start it out with this one. Just real simple. Daniel, do you think Anita is beautiful? She said you commented on how beautiful she is when you met.
Yes, we can go into that. I never met Anita in my life. I had no idea who she was until she was.
Okay, I don't care about this Anita girl. I don't believe most of the things anyway.
So at that point, that
Just fast forward this, it's literally nothing.
Yes, that was kind of my point. Like you can be told you're gorgeous all day long, but if you have
That's
an
right,
ugly heart,
helicopter.
then
That's right.
congratulations on your face, I guess. Daniel, Anita says, Jack and Lily's coats and an extra large men's turned up at Cindy's place in Wentworth. How do you think they got there, and whose large jacket would it be?
First of all, I don't wear an extra large coat, so that's definitely not.
Thank you so much, Maggie May. How you doing, girl? Appreciate you. Thank you so much, my dear. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Mine, and they don't, you know, have any of my coats. And for Jack and Lily's coats, Jack's navy blue spring coat, like as I mentioned many times, that's missing. But there's no coats of Lily's that were.
I don't care if there was stipulation or not. I don't care. It makes no difference to me if there was stipulation or not. The stipulation is if someone is uncomfortable and doesn't want to speak with you, you don't walk right up to them and do that to them. You just don't. You just don't do that. Now there's stipulation for sure, right? That there is, he can't be around. And probably how she got that, let's say there was no stipulation then, okay. How she, like a protection order or whatever, how she probably got it now is because he constantly called her. He tried. She had to block him from every platform. I have recordings of Daniel saying that he has people talk to Malaya to try to get information. I have that. But regardless, he, after blocking all of that from Daniel, blocking him on every platform, people following Malaya, him going up to her twice at the CPS place, parking next to her, and then going up to her at the thing. That's probably how she got the stipulation now, where he can't definitely be around her. So that's probably why, because it was unwanted.
Missing from the house here. So I don't even know. Like Anita just, I don't know. Like,
We can't say that, Jam. I mean, we can't say that the protection order is because of Malaya. We cannot name a victim on that. In my opinion, it probably is. But that doesn't make Daniel look any better. That doesn't make Daniel look any better. Saying, "Oh no, the protection order is against him for SAing a woman and locking her in and assaulting her." That does not make him look any better. That makes him look a lot worse, actually.
what her prerogative is, or what she's trying to push, or what she's trying to get out of it. I just think she seeks validation because she finally has a community behind her that, individuals actually trust what she's saying. And I think it's gone to her head. But I think that's
Oh, you know something? I wish, because his ex, the RCMP spoke to her about everything. And I showed you guys, allegedly, they wanted her to press charges against Daniel.
the main reason why she speaks and, tells all these lies is she's just seeking validation at this point. And, when Mike has 100 people in there watching her and they all believe her, she just feeds off that. And it's a detrimental thing to the case, I believe, because I don't know if I should say this, but I even have messages from investigators telling me that we're aware of, Anita's false claims, and we're fully aware of that, Daniel.
They use the word false claims because
Yes,
that's the whole reason why I'm doing this live stream, is because they won't shut it.
I do not believe RCMP told Daniel that at all. Not a second. They're not going to say to Daniel that anyone's claims are false or not. They're not going to tell Daniel that. He's projecting. That's exactly what he's doing. Yep. Bingo, Bonnie. Bingo. Bingo. That's all he's doing. That's all. They're not going to tell him anything. You give them information, Daniel. They don't give you information. That's how that works.
Any of it down,
And I'm going to sound like I'm defending the RCMP, and you're probably correct on this, but as long as,
really
they
is,
have, there's the public has their eyes on Anita and, unfortunately Darren and some of these other individuals. I mean, it takes the heat off the RCMP and allows them to, work, as long as the public's not, harassing them and stuff.
Exactly. Exactly.
Just stuff of that nature, right? As long as the public, has their eyes somewhere else, or it gives them a chance to, do their job.
1000%. Justin, ask yourself what it is that stops mom from speaking out. Did she see what happened to the children? Is this why the hate? You mean like Daniel hating her? Is that what you mean? I don't know what you mean by that part. Is it hate or scared? Well, I mean, I think it's for both of them. I think it's scared that they're going to go to prison. I think that's what it boils down to. Really nothing more. And this is the thing. Hey, Frosty. Malaya, after she left on the second day, she could have went to the RCMP and said, This is what happened. This is what happened. I was scared.
I just want to point out really quickly for everybody, I don't have anybody backstage here helping me start comments. So I've seen a couple of kind of ignorant comments, and I won't have it. I don't give a shit who you are. If you're going to be a dickhead, you can vacate. So would you agree, Daniel, that getting new eyes on the case might or is beneficial? Do you think that way as well?
I constantly see new eyes on the case. There's been many major crimes officers, not just, the ones that were mentioned before, but when I talk to major crimes, either, I go into the station or, they come out and talk to me. There's always usually a new officer there or one that, is familiar with the case that's, in the background, right? Not a liaison investigator. We only have one now. We went from 2 down to 1.
Yelling in prison.
But they fill in with other officers that are familiar on the case, right? That have, the background knowledge.
TikTok.
So there's constantly new officers coming in. And, I always ask them, do you have any new questions that, maybe weren't answered yet, or maybe you want to know? Because there's so many different, angles, they could come at. And, I enjoy hearing every angle because then it gives a new, perspective on the case. And I think that's what we really need. But there is many officers that are, that are kind of like coming in and that are working on it, that are just, in the background. They're all major crimes officers. It's just, they're not liaison. I don't answer to them, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Like I've met at least, I'd say 8 or 9, maybe even 10 different major crimes officers that have, I've had the pleasure to speak with, and like the perspectives are really good from all these people.
Mhm.
So it's not just your 1 or 2 officers.
No, I mean, I get that, but I cannot get past the recent, and we've talked.
Dolores, thank you so much for the 200. Jules, my love, appreciate you. Thank you so much, babies. Yeah. Hey, Anastasia, good to see you, babe.
About it before. We talked about it on the last stream that you were on. I don't know if you touched
I
on it
get
with
fired
Sunny
up
in
up
that
here.
9.5 hours. I don't know, but we've talked about how Jordan, how Chance, how now Logan and Janie and all of these people are being affected by.
Annabelle, thank you so much for the 200. Jules, my love, appreciate you very much. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, babes. Appreciate that. I have heard her say we won't believe he's guilty because the RCMP haven't cleared him. That's ridiculous. Who? Well, it's not. I mean, this is the thing. It's not criminal until it's criminal.
By some of these harmful
Even though
false
it's criminal.
narratives. You've been under that cloud of suspicion since day one and you've accepted that. But these other people who are being dragged into it and smeared, and their lives are literally being ruined, and they're not ruling any of those crazy theories out. And I don't understand how that can be happening. Have they ever said anything to you about why they can't or why they won't? You can't tell me that they haven't been able to rule anything out.
Well, when I go in, I talk to them about, all the people that are affected. They always write everything down. So everything's, brought.
By the way, if you were here for our live stream yesterday, the father who took the 2 kids to Mexico, they were found, thankfully. They're okay.
To the forefront and worked on in the case and, brought to light and everything.
Thinks.
All the stuff
bro.
documented. Like Chance losing his job. That's directly linked to Anita. There's no doubt.
I don't believe anyone made anyone lose a job. Come on now. Thank you, Miss Dolores. Appreciate you, love. Keep up the good work. Thank you, sweeties. Appreciate you very much. Very kind of you. No.
Out in my mind, that's a direct link. And everything's, as I said, everything's done in documentation, but it's a lot for them because there's so many moving parts. And
He loves to say that.
He
loves to just fill in words. There's so many moving parts to this investigation. RCMP is this just
in the construct of it all, there's
you know what we need to do? We need to do a Daniel bingo. His most said words that he says in every interview, and every time he says the word, we'll make a bingo stamp on it.
There's so many individuals that are affected. They can't keep on top of everything. It's the amount of resources aren't there, right? It's not the FBI or something of that nature where they have a lot of officers and a lot of resources at their disposal to, capitalize on every
disposal. That's he loves saying that word, disposal. Capitalize
everything, right?
Right, definitely.
We're talking about Nova Scotia here, so I mean they're very good at their jobs, but it's just like they don't have the manpower
Call it
and
dingo.
overall
Daniel.
resources to just work on everything at once. Unfortunately, that's my perception on that, or my perspective. There's a lot.
Yeah, but I mean, even if we just take Jordan, right? So we've got these accusations and
really?
this confrontation recording that Anita
didn't
put
know
out on
that.
Mike Demand show, and then not shortly after, but somewhere along.
Miss Calical, 9 months for you, door girl. Many thanks to Justin Mobs and everyone here. You all are awesome, and we love you, Miss Calical. Appreciate you, baby. Good to see you, and thank you for being here. And thank you for your continued support as well, my dear. And then she said if we took a shot of each time he repeats words, we would be wasted. we would be clutched, if you know what I mean, in 2 minutes. We would be clutched in 2 minutes. Deb, thank you so much, babe. Appreciate you very much. Love our Pearl family. Justin, thank you for staying. Oh, thank you so much, Deb. Appreciate you very, very much, my dear. Thank you so much. Good to see you, babe. Shar, how you doing, girl? Appreciate you, babe. Thank you so much. Maybe guess why you do. I don't always get to watch you live, but I do watch on replay. Well, thank you so much, Shar. Thank you for your support. I really do appreciate that very, very much, my dear. Good to see you. They don't have to rule anyone out. They probably won't charge him till it is released for first crime, and they are just logging everything. Yep, I agree. If they have a good explanation, they can get off with murder here in Canada until the not criminally responsible law. Many murders have gone free in Canada. That's our justice system. I know it's weak. I'm sorry, but the Canadian and the UK system is weak when it comes to violent crime a lot.
On the line, Jordan gets arrested, and now Anita is taking credit for that while continuing to add on to the accusations. And I've seen the undertaking, and I've seen a lot of things in that Jordan situation that I know the things that Anita's saying isn't true, but his life.
That's right. That's right, Helping Hands. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. That's right. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now.
RCMP, open up.
That's right. Thank you so much, Helping Hands. Appreciate you very, very much, my dear. We're getting ready to get to some
is
better
still being
things here
turned
in just a
upside down.
minute.
So why
Yeah,
wouldn't
and
they
his
set
life's
even
been
that stuff
turned
straight?
way upside down. I mean, it's not on the level that mine is, obviously, but yeah, he gets harassed.
What about Jack and Lily's life being turned upside down? You know, a 4 and a 6-year-old, you piece of garbage. What about them?
Quite a bit. I mean, he has drones there. He constantly has people stop and taking his picture. And
Oh my God, guys. Jordan has the drones too? Oh my God. Do I got any pictures of drones right now? I don't know. Jordan's got the drones too, guys. Oh my God. It's bad. You know it's bad. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if I can pop this here. 1 second. Super Math Daniel. Can I upload it? Will it let me? Here we go. This one. This one right here. Well, let's do this one.
Marvin, you better not shit where you eat, honey. Get out of here. What the fuck?
Put Tucka down, Daniel. The drones are out. The drones are out for Jordan as well. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Thank you so much, Helping Hands. Appreciate you very much, my dear. That's the paranoia. That's all it is the paranoia.
You know, taking pictures of the property and, you know, harassing them in that sense. And, you know, that's super unfortunate to see and hear. But, and I also do think something should be done about Anita. Like, I'm totally for that because
the booty bucket.
It's too out of control. I mean, she's made it like a nightly thing to join, you know, Mike's channel. And
oh yeah, we got that.
Yeah, it just continue the harassment and continue the lies. And it's a crazy thing to think about that they just let her go like that. And I mean, everything's lies. I mean, even all the way down to she said that, you know, she was sent drugs in her own mind as of believing it.
On comprehension to me, and I mean, who helped you get your car out of the mud?
Okay.
And we have a question here. If
here
that's
we go,
true.
guys. Here we go. Y'all ready for this one? Y'all ready for this one? Daniel hasn't talked about it in a year. And just like we said the other day, he says half truths in this, but he finally said and admitted to what we already knew, the RCMP already knew, is that Daniel crushed his car. Daniel crushed his car. Now, remember what the RCMP documents say. That they heard Daniel's car. It was very loud after the hours of midnight till about 5:30 in the morning.
Who helped you get your car out of the mud, and why did you squash it?
Oh, I squashed it.
Okay, hold on. Daniel, you know that car was way up in those woods first.
Stuck in the mud. And we have a question here. If that's true, who helped you get your car out of the mud, and why did you squash it?
Oh, I squashed the car. Yeah, well, my car got stuck many days in advance. It wasn't like the night before or anything like that. And the reason why I squashed it because, first of all, the inspection was up. And when you live in
Oh, your car got stuck many days before? No, it didn't, Daniel. Hold on. Martell, 1 second here. What is help me out here, guys. What is that article where Daniel is it the where they're at Earl's with this got pictures of Earl's property on it? What's that article? It's a very long article. It's a very long article. I need to show y'all something. I gotta show you. Gotta show you. Gotta show you. Is it the Globe and Mail? Yeah, okay. Globe. Let's see here. Let me see if this is it. Here we go. All right, here we go. Give me a second. Okay. All right, listen to this. Listen to this. Okay, listen carefully. Seymour, thank you so much, my dear. Appreciate you very, very much. I love your vibe and logical thinking, Justin. Thank you, see. Appreciate you, love. Marini, is that how you pronounce it? Thank you so much, my love. Really appreciate you. Thank you for your support. Very much. Darlene is when the vehicle was in the mud. Is that when what did Darlene say? What did Darlene say? Okay, I don't see Darlene, but just listen to this. Listen to this. Because Daniel, there's been tips turned into the RCMP. Okay.
wasn't like the car.
Mud, and why did you question here if that's true? Who helped you get your car out of the mud, and why did you
to the
squash
word.
it?
Oh, I squashed the car. Yeah, well, my car got stuck many days in advance. It wasn't like the night before or anything like that. And the reason why I squashed it because, first of all, the inspection was up, and when you live in Nova Scotia,
Well, my inspection gets up, but I don't crush my car.
the cars rot out super fast. I don't know if you're familiar.
Daniel, your car rots out super fast. Maybe your brain, but your car in any cold climate, yeah, there's salt and all of that. But it's not like it rust out in 2 years. Come on now.
With that. But yeah, vehicle's up for inspection and it sat in the yard for I don't know how long, months and months and months. I had it crushed just like prior to the handlers for bringing the cadaver dogs.
Oh, how about that? How about that, guys? He crushed it, he says, before the handlers came with the cadaver dogs. It was before that, Daniel. It was long before that. DM, you've wrecked 4. You talk like this is your first time. Mm-hmm.
And they asked me the exact same thing. Why did you have a crush? And I said, it was, starting to rot out.
That's very interesting. The RCMP asked him, why did you have it crushed? That's very interesting, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he'll get, in my opinion, there will be a tampering with evidence. Yep, we're going to get to that, Mohawk. Yep. We're going to get to that.
We live in Nova Scotia, and there's no saving it at that point. So I just thought it's just an extra vehicle in the yard. It was already searched. It was already everything that would need to be done with it because it was there for months and months.
Daniel, you said that they didn't even search your cars. You've said that they didn't even search them. And Daniel, this car was not in your yard that morning. This car wasn't in your daddy's yard that morning either, was it?
Months and months. And I just decided, yeah, I'll done
Hold
with
on,
it
what?
because it was there for months and months and months. And I just decided, yeah, I'll just, scrap it at that point.
So, but you can understand just the way the public is, how that does look suspicious. Can you?
Well, investigators didn't find it suspicious, so they
Well, you don't know what investigators think, Daniel. You don't know what investigators think. You don't know what investigators think. Also, Daniel, when's the last time you had a car scrapped? When's the last time you had a car scrapped? Exactly. Exactly.
never asked a question on it.
Because they know, motherfucker. Because they know.
Right, but can you?
And they don't ask you a question on it because you lie. You absolutely lie. They have to get it around you.
After it sat there for like, I don't know how long, 4 or 5.5 months, it was
wrong.
They had all the time in the world to do whatever they need to do with it.
Did you have?
Hold on. What would they need to do with it, Daniel? What would they need to do with it? They had all the time in the world, but you said that they searched it. You said that they searched it. In here, even though you say in other interviews they didn't search it. They didn't search any of the cars. You're not sure. Yep, the one that he was driving the night Jack and Lilly went missing, the blue Dodge Journey.
Did you have prior knowledge that the police were coming back with cadaver dogs? Did you have any information beforehand that was going to happen?
Oh, when they originally brought them here, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I had no idea what day they were coming, and I just like to know.
Remember the blue. I mean the 2000 white Nissan Pathfinder. Pathfinder. That one, Daniel. The 2017 white Nissan Pathfinder. That one, Daniel. That one. We know.
Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch.
Woo! There we go.
That day it's like, oh yeah, we're taking the cadaver dogs out that day, so I can be ready for the absolute onslaught that I get online. Oh, they brought the cadaver dogs there, Daniel. You know what I mean? You're probably shaking in your pants now.
Right?
Like, no, I've been asking for cadaver dogs for how long? And then they're welcome at any time to bring them back. Mom said, like, bring the dogs here. Like, you can bring as many officers as you want here to do a search again if you wanted to. And, Mom's always open to that. It's the exact same as I am. They can bring the cadaver dogs back at any time.
Right. And I mean, just hearing it, I can I already know what's gonna be said tomorrow or later today or whatever about.
You damn right that's going to be said today, because he crushed the car is what he did. Interesting. Interesting. With 4 wheels, a hood, a trunk, a fender, heat, no brakes, 4 tires, white Nissan 2017 Pathfinder with 2 keys. Yes, that one. That one. Thank you, Ms. Helicopter. Appreciate you, darling. You received that. Make sure you give our helicopter a big old thank you. Thank you so much, my dear. Really appreciate you. Yeah. So,
about that. So you knew that eventually cadaver dogs were coming. So then you had this vehicle smashed or crushed, I
Mhm.
believe is the right word for it.
Well,
So
there was no
is there
inspection on
anything that
it.
you can?
Was I supposed to keep it in the yard for like years, or?
well, Daniel, I mean, the other cars that are in your dad's property, yeah, it seems like you guys keep the cars for years. And years. And years, right? Let's see here. Yeah, right here. Right there. Seems like you guys don't really throw much away. Why ain't you crushed that camper yet? Let's see here. Let's find it here. The family was under pressure. A confluence of financial woes left the couple turning to relatives for help. Like many low tier workers in the mill, Daniel had been cut back to 1 shift a week during the spring thaw because of the annual ban on heavy log trucks on soggy local roads. His car, his meaning Daniel, car meaning Daniel, was off the road because it needed repairs he couldn't afford. He says wasn't drivable, and he had to rely on his uncle, who would work the mill, to take him to work, or Malaya, whose maternal grandmother had recently helped her buy a white Nissan SUV. Daniel's father, Earl, said he bought the couple groceries and gas and provided firewood to heat the home. Daniel, however, denied having money problems, and again lied his ass off and claimed to friends that he was getting into investing and turning his life around after the divorce. Other means of cash flow had been cut off. In recent months, child support payments from Jack and Lily's biological father had stopped after he lost his job. Malaya's monthly Canada Child Benefit Check, or baby bonus, which under federal guidelines would be about $1,900 per month, right? That $30,000 Malaya owed in back taxes because of Daniel's fuck up for 2 years. She actually made a little bit more than $1,900 a month, by the way, with that one check. Was halted because Daniel hadn't filed his taxes, which were due April 30th. And guess what? Right after that April 30th, 2 kids go missing. 48 hours after this April 30th, the kids are missing and haven't been seen a fucking day since. I don't find that a coincidence. They got in a fight because of money. They got in a fight because of money. Kids were loud. Malaya went back to see if Daniel got his shit together so she could get her money. She got a new car. Daniel knew she was on the fucking way out, and he lost his shit. Everyone that I've talked to that knows Daniel said they believe he lost his shit. I don't find it a coincidence that Daniel had right here until April 30th, and less than 48 hours later, the kids are gone. He is, Rhonda. 100% Justin, and claimed his biological children lived with him. Yes, he claimed 2 extra kids. Yep. It was over finances. It was over control. It was over jealousy. You know, when you're just bought a hit of rugs in the Dollarama, and you're mathed out on shit already, doesn't take much. So Daniel, that car, his car was off the road because it needed repairs he couldn't afford. Wasn't drivable. He had to rely on his uncle or Malaya. Let's find something. What is it called? Okay. I believe it's right here. All right, we're going to go right back to this. And I want you to listen to this.
It was that started and brought out in stuck.
True. Do you have you heard recently that people are saying that your vehicle got stuck in the mud? And we have a question here if that's true. Who helped you get your car out of the mud, and why did you squash it?
Yeah, who helped you, Daniel? Who helped you get that out of the mud? Hey, Daniel, who towed that car to the crusher? RCMP knows, baby.
Oh, I squashed the car. Yeah, well, my car got stuck many days in advance. It wasn't like the night before or anything like that. And
Oh, hold on. Let's just see what he says there. Oh, I squashed the car. Yeah, my car got stuck
many days in advance. It was
in advance. My car got stuck many days in advance. Well, golly gee, Daniel. How did it get stuck in the mud when you said that it didn't work? You see how that works, Daniel? It doesn't get stuck in the mud if it doesn't work, you motherfucker. You think you're slick. You're anything but. How does it get stuck in the mud, Daniel? Remember, you just told them in the Globe and Mail that your car was off the road because it needed repairs and he couldn't afford, and it wasn't drivable. Yeah, my car got stuck in the mud many days in advance. Daniel, we know where your car was, stuck in the mud. You're stuck in the mud, is what it is, you piece of garbage. That you're lying on a 4 and a 6-year-old. Pooaloo, thank you so much, baby. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. I can't believe they got away with claiming them when custody was elsewhere. Well, they did for a minute. They did for 2 years until, it caught up with them. Now he says in advance. But Daniel, your car got stuck in the mud. You couldn't get it out. We know, Daniel. And then you go crush it. And you say earlier interviews that they never really searched Malia's car or anybody's car. And your car was at your dad's, right? It wasn't just piling up there at your house.
Wasn't squash the car.
Car out of the mud, and why did you squash it?
Oh, why squash the car? Yeah, well, my car got stuck many days in advance. It wasn't like the night before or anything like that. And
yes. Now, he just leaked like a motherfucker right there. It wasn't like the night before. My car got stuck in the mud, right? It's not like it was the night before.
A bullshit?
Your non-working car, right, Daniel, that you couldn't drive, got stuck not like the night before, but you were driving it, right? But you just go ahead and have that smashed, crushed, because it's Nova Scotia. Cars just wear out so quickly in Nova Scotia. Hey, Grandma, good to see you, honey. Early on, we thought MBM was broke down. Then we heard DM's car was actually broke down. I remember. You are exactly right, Brandy. You are exactly right. You've been on this case since day one with me. Yep. You are exactly right.
reason why I squashed it because, first of all, the inspection was up, and when you live in Nova Scotia, your cars rot out super fast. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but yeah, vehicles up for inspection, and it sat in the yard for I don't know how long, months and months and months. I had it crushed just like prior to the handlers for bringing the cadaver dogs, and they asked me the exact same thing. Why did you?
They don't wear out in Nova Scotia any faster than they wear out in New York. They don't. It's just an excuse. Justin, did you hear him gulp when he answered the question? The car getting stuck in the mud. No, I didn't. I didn't.
You have a crush, and I said it was, starting to rot out. We live in Nova Scotia.
Yeah, the RCMP did ask why you had it crushed, right? Right. Right. Please don't attack other people in chat.
Scotia, and there's no saving him at that point. So I just thought it's just an extra vehicle in the yard. It was already searched. It was already.
They're not saving it at that point. But you told the Globe and Mail that you just didn't have money to get it fixed at the moment, and it wasn't drivable. At his daddy's. At his daddy's, who has plenty of property.
Everything that would need to be done with it because it was there for months and months and months. And I just decided, yeah, I'll just, scrap it at that point.
So, but you can understand just the way the public is, how that does look suspicious. Can you?
Well, investigators didn't find it suspicious, so they never asked a question on it.
Right, but can you?
After it sat there for like, I don't know how long, 4 or 5.5 months, it was, they had all
You're
the time in
fine,
the world to
helicopter.
do whatever they need to do with it.
They had all the time in the world to do what they needed to do with it, right? Well, let's look at something here. Now, you know what your neighbor's car sounds like coming up the drive, or your car, or your spouse's car, your kid's car, right? You know what that sounds like. Well, so does Daniel's neighbors. Brad Wong said he did not wish to provide a statement, but was willing to have a conversation with police. He said in the early hours of May 2nd, 2025, he heard a loud vehicle coming and going in the area of 1407 Gerlach Road. He said his residence is at an elevated position from Daniel's residence, and he could see vehicle lights over the treetops. Rocky bye, baby, on the treetop when the bow breaks. He said the vehicle left 3 or 4 times after midnight and into the early hours of the morning. He said the vehicle would drive off in the distance and he could hear it, and it would stop and then return. He said it remained in earshot the entire time. Interesting. Now, what's the other one? Who was the other one that heard it on the other side of the house? Was it Justin? I don't know what you mean. Okay. It was Justin. Okay. That's what I was thinking. Let me find this 1 second here. Oh, wait 1 second. I need to go back. Whoops. 1 second. 1 second. As I pull this up. Okay. Look at this, guys. This is not going good for you, Daniel. This is not going very good for you. You know that? Okay. Thank God. Thank God in heaven for Justin and Brad. On May 17, 2025, Corporal Donaldson took a statement from Justin Smith, who lives in the area where Jack and Lilly went missing. The following is a summary. Justin Smith said he was in good terms with the McKenzie family and helped Janie out in the past. He did not know Malia, Daniel, Jack, or Lily specifically. On Thursday night into Friday morning, he was up around 1 a.m. on Facebook. Around 1:30 a.m., he heard a car on Highway 289 turn around by the railroad tracks near the area of Gerlach Road and Lansdowne Station Road. It made noise, then went quiet. The vehicle was quiet for about 2 minutes, then drove towards Larrig Road, rather. He later spoke with Brad Wong, who informed him Daniel's vehicle, again, that is Daniel's vehicle, you know, the one you scrapped, Daniel, you piece of garbage, that one you scrapped, right? Also remember that the trees have just started with no buds on no leaves. Yes, absolutely. 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 Jam, you're going to be respectful in here or you're going to get out. We don't attack anybody. Grandma's in here all the time. All the time. So please be respectful. That's okay. Okay. You know what? I'll help you see your way out too. Thank you. Thank you for being here. All right, moving forward. On Thursday night into Friday morning, he was up around 1 a.m. and around 1:30 a.m. Isn't that interesting? This is also the time that Daniel is awake, right? Because he says a little bit after midnight, nobody comes in here and starts trouble. Nobody comes in here and starts trouble. My chat, we agree to disagree. We don't attack each other in here. And someone comes in here and starts attacking another one of my members or chat. No, it's not going to work. So it's just not going to work. She came in hot anyways, so sorry. She's thinking with her emotions and not her brain, in my opinion, which doesn't help. Okay, moving forward. Anyway, Malaya needs to take a break from men and get some counseling. Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay, so Daniel says he's up a little bit past midnight. And they say Daniel's car. So let's look at this.
Did you have prior knowledge that
started, starting to rot out, and then goes up for faction targets.
that's true?
Oh, I squashed
Your car out of the mud, and why did you squash it?
Oh, I squashed the car. Yeah, well, my car gets stuck many days in advance. It wasn't like the night before or anything like that. And the reason why I squashed it, because first of all, the inspection was up. And when you live in Nova Scotia, your cars rot out super fast. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but yeah, vehicles up for inspection, and it sat in the yard for I don't know how long, months and months and months. I had it crushed just like prior to the handlers for bringing the cadaver dogs.
Daniel was scared. He was, what did I tell you guys? He was pissed off when those cadaver dog guys came back. So we have Daniel admitting that he crushed this car, right? We have Daniel. Jam, don't text me while I'm live. I was literally a member. You're not a member, number one. Number two, it doesn't give you the right to attack anyone else. I actually have lived through similar things. I'm very sorry for you if you've lived. Your daughter's a lawyer, okay? I cited facts. So do I. You came in hot. That's just the fact of it. You came in hot. I've watched you in chat. I'm over it. Okay? You're welcome here anytime, but you will not attack anybody in my chat. You just won't. No, neither will anybody else. Okay. You can agree to disagree, but you're not going to call people out like that. Okay. Moving on. So Daniel says right here that he crushed this car. And he says, it wasn't the night before. It wasn't the night before. Yeah. Not that, Brad and Justin knows it was. Why did they say your car, Daniel? Why did they say your car? Remember, Justin just said here that he was on good terms. Good terms with Janie. Why would he say it was your car? These kids, he was just telling them that he heard your car go in and out. What you tell them is what you tell them. He's just telling them what they saw. And it's 2 against you, Daniel. It's 2 against you. So we have you finally admitting that. We have the RCMP, you saying that, why did you crush your car? Right. We have you saying that you don't really think they ever searched the cars, or you're not really sure. But now you're saying that they searched this blue car, the blue. But then it's at your dad's house, and in this article, it says it's off the road because it needed repairs. But the neighbors knew it was your car because they had heard it a billion times. And you say it got stuck, right? You say it got stuck. That means it was running at the time. It was running at the time. But because you live in Nova Scotia, cars just wear out really quickly. Come on now. Yeah, I know the company name, Missy. I know the company name. I've when the night Daniel said the blue or the black, we figured out something, and then I ended my live stream and I figured out some more things, and I called the RCMP. And I did speak to them about the blue or the black car, because we know you're a piece of shit, Daniel. We know you're a piece of shit. Let's see here. 1 second. If I can pull this up. Bear with me. Let me see if I still got it. I might not have it. Is it under mobile or is it under landscape? Here we go. I think this is it. Why is it not working? 1 second. Mm. One second. Oh, okay. Give me a second, guys. 1 second. Okay, let me play this while I find this. Let me just play this while I try to find something.
Anything like that. And the reason why I squashed it because, first of all, the inspection was up, and when you live in Nova Scotia, your cars rot out super fast. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but yeah, vehicles up for inspection, and it sat in the yard for I don't know how long, months and months and months. I had it crushed just like prior to the handlers for bringing the cadaver dogs, and they asked me the exact same thing. Why did you have a crush? And I said it was,
Oh, so the RCMP asked him why he had it crushed, and then the RCMP cadaver dogs asked him why he had it crushed. Oh, how interesting. Thank you, helicopter. Thank you, baby. Appreciate you very, very. Thank you very much, helicopter. Appreciate you. Exactly, Deborah. Exactly. Okay.
starting to rot out. We live in Nova Scotia, and there's no saving it at that point. So I just thought it's just an extra vehicle in the yard. It was already searched. It was already everything that would need to be done with it because it was there for months and months and months. And I just decided, yeah, I'll just, scrap it at that point.
So but you can understand.
Up in here, 25 mother chicken months. How you doing, girl? Justice for Lily and Jack. DM, where are the kids? Send an anonymous note to the RCMP to Justin, please bring them home. Yeah, send anonymous note to the RCMP and say where the kids are, Daniel. Say where they are.
So what I did is I parked the white Nissan Pathfinder, because that's the car Malay owns, the 2017 Nissan white Pathfinder.
So what I did is I parked the blue. The tells on itself there as well. Not only the blue, but the white. He's got to compensate for that. The blue. The white Nissan Pathfinder, because Malaya has a white 2017 Nissan Pathfinder. You little lizard tongue, you, Daniel. You think you are just so cute. But let me tell you something. Maggie May, thank you so much, my dear. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, my darling. If you received that pearl necklace, make sure you thank our dear Maggie May up in here. Thank you, Miss Maggie May. I wonder if the car was stuck at all and who towed it out. Well, there are some things that yeah.
And like car Malay, white Nissan, the
Get with it, Danny.
What I did is I parked the white Nissan Pathfinder. That's Carmelane's 2017 Nissan white Pathfinder. And
fuck.
I parked over.
And again, he says right here, after this, I parked next to the little marsh by his house. And he says, I immediately got out, and the RCMP, had eyes on me, and they said, Daniel, don't go back in the woods. Mhm. There's a reason why you parked it over there, Daniel.
Just the way the public is, how that does look suspicious. Can you?
Well, investigators didn't find it suspicious, so
Yeah. Think about this. RCMP did not find it suspicious, guys, except he says the cadaver dog RCMP asked him why he crushed it. And then he says that the everyday RCMP that he worked with all the time asked him. I almost spit out my water. So he's saying the RCMP asked him twice. Now, again, I think this was a big fail on the RCMP part of not getting that car. But in my opinion, the RCMP can use it another way. Why is he crushing this car? Why is he crushing this car?
they never asked a question on it.
Right.
You
But
just said that.
can you?
Do you hear this motherfucker? He just said the RCMP asked him, why did he crush it? Then he said the cadaver dogs RCMP asked him why he crushed it. And then
Never asked a question on it.
he says, well, the RCMP never found it suspicious. They never asked the question on it. You just said that twice the RCMP asked you about it. They never found it suspicious. They never ever asked a question on it. They just asked you, why did you crush it? You buffoon. That's right, Missy. That's right.
Bullshit?
Bullshit. Did they ever retrieve the car? I can't say. Daniel knows, though. Daniel can talk about that if he wants. I'll let him talk about it.
Right. But can you?
After it sat there for like, I don't know how long, 4 or 5.5 months, it was, they had all the time in the world to do whatever they need to do with it.
Oh, very good point. Very good point, Mohawk. Yet he said in the interview, the cadaver dogs did not know the case. Well, do you know this case? Well, I've seen it on the news a couple of times, Daniel says. So your knowledge of this case, you don't know about. And I don't know about, the night before or something. He talks bullshit.
Did you
Up his
have
ass.
did you have prior knowledge that the police were coming back with cadaver dogs? Did you have any information beforehand that was going to happen?
Such a liar.
Oh, when they originally brought them here, you mean?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I had no idea what day they were coming.
Thank you, Deb. Thank you. You didn't, and it shook you, didn't it, Daniel? I am so glad for you. Thank you so much, Deb. Do you think this case will ultimately come down to digital evidence, witness testimony, or physical evidence? Do you think this case will come down to digital evidence or witness testimony? I think it'll be a little bit of both, actually. I hate to say it like that, but I do think I think that they have data. I think that they have witness testimony, and I think it will be both. Chat is fire this evening. How you doing? Thank you so much, Deb. But I do believe that it will be solved. I do. Absolutely do.
And I just like to know that day. It's like, oh yeah, we're taking the cadaver dogs out of that day, so I can be ready for the absolute onslaught that I get online. You know, oh, they brought the cadaver dogs there, Daniel.
That's another one of Daniel's bingo words, onslaught. Onslaught. Because sometimes you feel like a slot, sometimes you don't. Right, Daniel?
You know what I mean? You're probably shaking in your pants now. It's like, no, I've been asking for cadaver dogs for how long? And then they're welcome at any time to bring them back. Mom said, like,
he was asking for cadaver dogs, guys. Get this. Daniel was asking for cadaver dogs, but he also said there's 100% chance that they won't find anything in that area. So why are you asking for cadaver dogs, Daniel, if there was 100% chance that they would not be found in that area? I'll wait. TikTok. Missy, thank you so much, dear. Appreciate you very, very much. Thank you, love. You received that pearl necklace. Make sure you give our Missy a big thank you. Thank you, sweet Missy. Good to see you, my dear. Right, Charlotte? Exactly. Thank you so much, Miss Missy. Appreciate you. Does he not realize what he's saying? I just think there are about maybe 5 people that believe him, and he's doing it for them, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. I know 100% they won't find anything, he said. But he's asking for the cadaver dogs. Got it.
Bring the dogs here. Like, you can bring as many officers as you want here to do a search again if you wanted to. And, Mom's always open to that. It's the exact same as I am. They can bring the cadaver dogs back at any time.
Right. And I mean, just hearing it, I already know what's going to be said tomorrow or later today or whatever about that. So you knew that eventually cadaver dogs were coming. So then you had this vehicle smashed or crushed, I believe is the right word for it.
Well,
So
there was no
is there
inspection on
anything that
it.
you can-
Was I supposed to keep it in the yard for like years or a year or 8 months or 10 months? It's just, it didn't make sense. I mean, there's already enough vehicles in the yard right now. If there would have been an extra one, there would have been 5.
That you destroyed, that you wrecked all of them, Daniel. And it wasn't in your yard, Daniel. It was in your daddy's yard.
Right? Because Mom has 3, and then I have 1, and then there wouldn't have been my other one. So there would have been 5 vehicles in the yard. So it didn't make sense. The driveway's not that big. And I had no use for the vehicle at that point. It started to rot out and mechanically fail. So I just had to haul it away for scrap.
Okay. Daniel, do you remember, and not just the last thing that Jack had said to you, what is the last memory you have of Jack and like interactions with Jack? What was that like? Like what is your most, I guess, recent, whatever, your last memory of Jack before he went to bed on Thursday, I guess?
The
Or
last
Wednesday.
memory I have is, taking them out of the vehicle.
Listen
and I
to this.
usually, would walk.
Because I asked this the other night, and I'm glad one of you guys asked it. Daniel, what's the last thing you remember about Jack and Lilly? What was the last memory? Was it looking into their eyes? Was it, what was it? Well, he didn't get real deep with it. Listen to this.
Like what is your most, I guess, recent, whatever, your last memory of Jack before he went to bed on Thursday, I guess?
The
Or when
last
you
memory I
taken-
have is, taking them out of the vehicle, and I usually, would walk the kids down to the house. Usually when I grab like the groceries or grab the, stuff we bought at the stores, and I would take.
That's the last memory you have of them? But they didn't go. Daniel, you had the whole evening with them. You had the whole evening with them, right? They were outside playing, right? They were outside playing that evening.
Take them down the house, and that's the last memory I have of Jack.
Lie detector
I do
determined
believe
that was
that
a
I can best
lie.
recall.
You said no. The lie detector determined that was a lie.
Yeah. We don't believe you, Daniel.
Like the groceries or grab the, stuff we bought at the stores, and I would take them down the house, and that's the last memory I have of Jack. I do believe that I can best recall after a year was just taking them down to the house. Well, for Jack anyway.
For Jack, anyway. That's the last memory he has of Jack, is just taking him down to the house. Zevia, thank you for the 2 jewels, my dear. Appreciate you, my love. Thank you so very much. Thank you, girls. Did he ever say, I love you?
Yeah. Thank you. So Daniel, no one seems to know about the 2 t-shirts that were found on the New Glasgow Road, one pink and one blue, or am I losing my mind? So Shy, I do know about the pink one. It was like, from what I could tell, the picture was taken on May 2nd. It had already been, the pink shirt that was found was already sun bleached. It looked to me to be too big for Lily, but I didn't know about the blue one. Do you know anything about these?
Where were they found at? New Glasgow? No, I don't know anything about shirts found in New Glasgow. That's like 25 kilometers from the house.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about that either, Shy.
No.
Oh,
Sound just went out. 13608. We're at.
They didn't have a care in the world.
Okay, 1 second. 13608.
lights on Jack and Lily's room at midnight. Was that common for you, or
Yeah,
like,
I
what was
usually
Hold on.
shirts found in New Glasgow. That's like 25 kilometers from the house.
that? Okay. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about that either, Shy. Oh, so why did you turn the lights on Jack and Lily's room at midnight? Was that common for you, or
Yeah,
like,
I
what was
usually
that?
did that. I usually did that all the time. And I don't
Just
think
to-
people should find that odd, checking on kids when they're sleeping. They were young kids. I don't see that as being odd. And it was a little bit after midnight.
Yeah, I used to do that, but I would flip on like the hallway light instead of, because I wouldn't want to wake them up. Do you know what I mean?
Lily and Jack used to sleep really good. Like they never used to wake up there in the middle of the night, not unless they were sick. So I could flip on the hall light, but it's just as easy to flip the one on in the room for them and then take a quick look and see they were sleeping, and then
For sure, if you're not, if you're not worried that you'd wake the kids up, I mean, it's possible. Like I could see
Okay.
it. So little red.
All right. A couple things right there.
room for them, and then not the middle of the night, not unless they were sick. Sleep really good,
I would.
but after midnight, they were young kids. I don't see that as being odd.
He doesn't see it as odd as checking on your kids. I don't either. But Malaya says they were sick. You say they weren't. I believe that they were bruised, in my opinion, abused and bruised. Number one. Number two, I find it odd that you can't remember between 8 p.m. and midnight, but you can remember a little bit after midnight, which is exactly right after the neighbors start hearing whose car? Daniel's car. He's the one that said Lily had a cough. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Now he says they weren't sick. But he said Lily had a cough. And then he says it was a little after midnight, which is right about the time Daniel's car fires up in the night. And Janie says she doesn't hear it, right? Janie says she doesn't hear it. Nothing went on that night, right, Janie? Nothing. Malaya, nope. But there's also something that Malaya tells privately, that around midnight, she wakes up and Daniel's doing crystal in the bathroom. A lot going on at midnight, huh?
And it was a little bit after midnight.
Yeah, I used to do that, but I would flip on like the hallway light instead of, because I wouldn't want to wake them up. Do you know what I mean?
Lily and Jack used to sleep really good. Like they never used to wake up during the middle of the night, not unless they were sick. So I could flip on the hall light, but it's just as easy to flip the one on in the room for them and then take a quick look and see they were sleeping. And then
For sure, if you're not, if you're not worried that you'd wake the kids up, I mean, it's possible. Like I could see it. So Little Red Corvette, didn't read this one all the way through, but does Daniel know if Malaya knew Hudson, the female VHM mentioned, was going to take the kids? Malaya's father knew Hudson woman really well from Shuby Res. Do you know anything about this Hudson?
no, I have
Female?
no idea. I have no idea. Is that Hudson last name, I'm guessing?
That is correct. That is correct, Brandy. That's why there was a divider in the room, because she said they would never get to sleep otherwise. It's very, very weird if you ask me. If you put them down to go to sleep, they'll go to sleep.
Sounds like it, yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know what a VHM is either, unfortunately.
Did Malaya ever have a job during her time with you?
No, Malaya never worked when she was with me. I think the last time she worked was before Lily was born. I think she was pregnant and she worked at Michael's, like the art and craft store. And then she went off on maternity leave and she never worked since.
Oh, she can't live without a man.
And I don't ever see Malaya ever working again at this point.
Yeah. Peace Spice, a YouTube creator who talks to Malaya, said that you snuck up behind her and threw her mail in the trunk while she had it open and you terrified her. What are your comments?
Listen to
Yeah, I'm
this.
guessing that YouTube creator is probably shenanigans, I'm guessing. We can talk about her in a minute, but yeah, I didn't startle her in any way. She watched me walk up to the car. She had a smile on her face. I set the Lily and Jack's tablet in the back of her car along with 3 pieces of mail. They were from the Pictou County Health Authority. I don't know what they were. The only thing I could guess, usually when you get stuff from the health authority, it's usually health cards. But or not unless it was something to do with their autism diagnosis that they were supposed to have. That's the only 2 things I can think of. I didn't open the mail, obviously, because that's a federal crime. But yeah, when I set the stuff in the back of her car, I didn't sneak up on her. She wasn't startled. She smiled at me and I said, "Have a good day, Malaya." I turned around, walked in for my visit. And that's when, she reported me to a supervisor. And they told me if I have any more mail or anything to give her, just give it to them, give it to CPS supervisors, and they would hand it to her. That was the second time she reported me to CPS. The first time was for parking too close to her.
Okay.
Well,
Sorry, I had to stand up for something. I need to play
I,
this.
I set the stuff in the back of her car. I didn't see I can think of. Or not unless it was something to do with their autism diagnosis that they were supposed to have. That's the only two things I can think of.
He wanted to give Malaya the mail, guys, right? He wanted to give Malaya the mail. He wanted to deliver it in hand. And Daniel, you've opened Malaya's mail. You've opened Malaya's mail.
I didn't open the mail, obviously, because that's a federal
did.
crime.
Mm,
But yeah, when I,
got it.
I set the stuff in the back of her car. I didn't sneak up on her. She wasn't startled. She smiled at me, and I said,
Is DT's live still up? Is his live still up where he talks about startling, where Daniel says he startled Miss Malaya? Yes. Yes, Brandy. Justin, he added a tablet now. Anything to do with the RCMP getting digital history. They're going back. Oh, yeah. He's so full of shit.
have a good day, Malaya. Turned around, walked in for my visit. And that's when, she reported me to a supervisor. And they told me if I have any more mail or anything to give her, just give it to.
Well, Daniel, clearly she reported you because you knew she didn't want anything to do with you. Exactly. Ziva, exactly. He had no reason to. He had absolutely no reason to.
Them, give it to CPS supervisors, and they would hand it to her. That was the second time she reported me to CPS. The first time was for parking too close to her.
That shows you twice he's did these aggressive things just to try to get at her. And that as well, which we're going to get to, which I have a whole presentation tonight. I'm going to show you guys where he's going to talk about CPS and the RCM, or the CPS, and them handing them resources. Oh, that's what he was trying to do. I can't stand Malaya, but it is what it is.
Wow. So early days and all of the interviews, and we've been rewatching a lot of stuff, but you said that you had
Joe, he can't be POTUS. He's Canadian.
to run through water that was up to your waist.
Listen to
And
this.
we talked about why weren't you wet? You said you were wearing splash pants. But Jesse D would like to know where exactly the waist deep water is. Like
The waist
nearby
deep
the
water
house?
is right beside the house. When you're looking out to the end of the driveway, you look to the right-hand side. There's a little stream, and that's the one that runs down right behind Bradley Wong's house. And that's when I ran up through that water there. And there's a beaver pond that's up and behind the house there. And I went up through that river. In the springtime, it's flowing pretty heavy. But as, the summer goes on, it goes down to base.
Daniel, the Pictou Creek is not up to your damn waist in the spring, the summer, the fall, or the winter. It is never up to your waist, you buffoon. Ever.
Basically dry. But in the springtime, there's a large amount of water that comes down through. Yes, that's where I was in waist deep water with helicopters above me.
Thank you. I want to address this. Anita is beautiful. Shar, you're mad because Mad Demand
agree,
don't
Lindy.
like you. Mike Demand can kiss my ass. I don't care. I don't care. Go away.
I think there's something going on with them too. There's some type of emotional attachment that they built up.
Okay, I'm going to fast forward through this because I don't care about them at all. It means nothing about Jack and Lily.
Dragging him into it with
It's the way that I'm doing it. You can thank some of the have to let Carly out. So I'm going to ask you, is a lot of information to give about Wednesday before, but people have asked me to get that from you if I could.
do the whole rundown on Wednesday when we went over to Truro and did laundry and everything. Well, Malaya did it while I watched the kids. But yeah, we got up that morning and then we got ready.
Oh, exactly. Exactly, Mohawk. Same as when he says Cindy is at Patty's place often. Well, Patty lives in Truro. Why is he watching Patty's place? He went over to Patty's as well. Remember, he talks that he went over to Patty's to visit Patty. That mother trucker only went over there for either one or two reasons. One, to just dig at Malaya, or two, to dig at Malaya and get money.
And we went over to Truro to Patty's house. She lives in Bible Hill. Well, she used to live in Bible Hill. And so we got over there. We had like 5 or 6 bags of laundry. And she said, we're going to be over here for most of the day. I might as well do laundry. And I said, all right, like, because she doesn't see her grandmother that often, right? And
Listen.
Patty would be 70 now.
Listen.
So, and, Patty's not in the best of health. But I'll continue with the story. We went over there, we were doing laundry, and Malaya was doing laundry. I was watching the kids for most of it in Meadow. I guess I shouldn't be saying her name, and Malaya left for the DMV, and she was gone for, I don't know, an hour probably, maybe an hour and a half. I'm not sure in the exact time, but I looked out for Jack and Lily for most of the day. I didn't sit in the car for 8 hours, as some people say. And we got home 10 o'clock or 10:30 that night. It was pretty late because I was talking to Mom that night, and I said, like, Mom, I wanted to be home like hours ago. But we were over there for like 8 hours or something like that. It was a long length of time.
Isn't it so interesting to you guys that he's talking about Wednesday night, an ordinary night, but he can remember all of this. Malaya was gone. He didn't sit in the car for 8 hours. She did the clothes. He came back home. He says, he talked to his mom, I didn't want to be at home I didn't want to be over there for that long. He remembers all of this ordinary stuff, but from 8 p.m. to midnight on, that's very important to Jack and Lily's case. He can't remember. It was just ordinary, he says. Got it, Daniel. Got it. And you're about to say something else, and I'm going to prove you wrong.
And it's a lot to remember, like, from a year ago, but I try to do my best to, have the best recollection I can of everything. But yeah, and as if I know, like, I don't know where Malaya's clothes went. I'm assuming she left them at Patty's house. I'm guessing she left them in the basement. I was unaware of it because she had my clothes and Lily and Jack's, and also some of our daughters as well. So when we got home, I took all the clothes out of the car. I was unaware that Malaya's clothes weren't there at the time.
He's such a liar.
So I'm guessing she did leave.
He is such a liar. I can't even with this bag of buffoon. He says that Malaya left her clothes there, right? Left her clothes there. Listen, this was not planned in any way. I mean, Malaya was leaving. Yes, I will agree to that, but she didn't leave her clothes there, Daniel. And you know that. I know that. The world knows that. You're lying right here. But I'm going to show you something. I'm looking for it because he's getting ready to say something.
Leave them at Patty's. So in saying that, her leaving me was premeditated. So, I mean, that's really the most I have to fill in on that. There's not really too many details that stick out that are, you know, in my mind that give any more detail. I asked investigators on Wednesday, they could triangulate Malaya's cell phone
Listen to this.
and the GPS in her car to see if she went anywhere else other than the DMV. And, you know, because Cindy works quite close by, she works at the hospital in Colchester. So that's pretty close. And right in between, that's Walmart. So I said, like, check all the cameras, check if she went to the DMV, what time she arrived. You can check the GPS in her car, triangulate her phone to see if she only went to the DMV like she said she did. But I don't know what she told investigators either, right? They don't really fill me in on everything. So when people tell me that, oh, you're covering for Malaya, why would I try to come up with all these extra things to try to help investigators if Malaya
You ain't
has
trying to
anything
help
to do with it,
anybody,
right?
Daniel.
Right. So that was Wednesday. On Thursday, you guys got home around 4 o'clock. So I guess the last time you saw the kids, do you remember exactly when that was? I guess you're
I'd seen Lily
sticking to
twice on
midnight.
on Friday morning.
Okay, and I also, you know what? I seen a screenshot the other day, and I think it was to me that you said that you and Malaya both saw Lily Friday morning. Do you still think that, or do you
I
remember
can't
that?
speak for Malaya on that, but from what I've
Found it.
seen, I'm pretty sure when Lily came into the room once, Malaya did see her, but I was unaware of the time because there's no alarm in the room.
Yeah, you just have your phones as a fucking alarm, Daniel. You are. How far can two kids get from 8:30 to 9? Oh, it wasn't even that long. It wasn't even that long. It was 20 minutes. 20 minutes they were missing. No more than 20 minutes. I thought he was with her when she went to the DMV. No, I don't think so. No. He's always
And
unaware.
I sleep in with Meadow every day when I don't work, so I was unaware of the time. I knew it was daylight because I could see some daylight coming through the curtains, but I was unaware of the time. And also, I didn't know the kids weren't going to school that day. Malaya kept them home. And I didn't know what time they were kept home at until I looked at my email later that day. And I seen it was 6:17, 6:18 a.m. that were marked absent.
Right. And do you,
Such a
so
liar.
for that whole week, we know they went to school Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday was a PD day.
Mm-hmm.
Thursday and Friday. When did Lily start getting her cough, and why didn't Malaya take her to the doctor, number one? And number two, I've recently heard that she kept the kids home to give them a chance to get better. So a lot of people are like, well, why did you take them and drag them around to Patty's if Lily was sick?
Yeah, exactly, Magdalena. Why not have an alarm clock have to do with a child picking in the room and seeing them or not seeing? It's just filler words with him. He's getting ready to be busted though on
And
something
then
here.
to town on Thursday, like what's your response to those types of things? Like how sick was Lily?
They have to be, in my opinion, helicopter. Everyone on that property is involved, in my opinion, especially before they went missing. Absolutely. Daniel's car was loud as sin, and there's just no way that the people on that property that night, and with that dog there, and as loud as that car was, they had to know Daniel was going in and out.
Why did Jack stay home, and why didn't they go to the doctor, and why, just why? Like why?
Malaya kept Lily and Jack home a lot because they were sick, but Lily only had a cough, right? So she just kept her home from school. I wouldn't have kept him home on
Did she have a cough or did she have a bruise? Which one was it, Daniel?
Friday. That's what I told Commander of Operations when I did the formal interview with him. That was the very first formal interview I ever had with, major crimes, technically, because Commander of Operations is a member of major crimes. And well, at least the one of the ones I talked to, the original first one wasn't, but he would work for the RCMP in Cape Breton. And usually from what I know, they are part of major crimes. And
Yeah. They was, remember, Daniel's, which we're going to get to, which I've got a whole length that we're going to talk about. Daniel says that the CPS came there to give them resources because of they wasn't listening and their possible autism diagnosis, which is the biggest bullshit ever. But they missed 40 some days of school, possible autism diagnosis. He says CPS was going to give them resources. That's why they were there, which is absolutely not true. It's not what CPS comes for. And she never met the children's teachers. Got it.
I forget where I was going with that, but that was the very first formal interview that I had, and I sat down with him, and he asked me the same question. He's just like, were they sick on Friday? And I said, like, when Lily popped her head in the room, she didn't seem sick to me. She never had a cough, and
she popped her head in the room. How do you know she was sick or not? Y'all didn't check on her that morning. Who doesn't check on their kids, whether they're sick or not, but especially when they're sick?
So I wouldn't have kept them home. That's what I told him. And he said, thanks, Daniel. We're going to do everything we can to find the kids. But I would say Lily, had a cough on Wednesday, and it was on Thursday as well, but I wouldn't have kept them home. Malaya kept the kids home a lot. And, that's not my wishes for her to do so. Lily and Jack were her biological children. So, I didn't overstep or didn't.
But Daniel, you didn't overstep her. You didn't, it was her biological children. You're separating yourself from them right there, even though you say that you were the one that did everything for Jack and Lily. You were the one that said Jack and Lily would only come to you in the woods, that Malaya didn't pay any attention to Jack and Lily, that she only paid attention to Meadow. But here you want to separate it. Got it.
And interfere with, her choices for Jack and Lily.
Her choices for Jack and Lily.
Yeah.
Her choices for Jack and Lily.
To me, Lily's cough wasn't that bad. She could have went to school on Thursday, but Malaya had the overall choice on that. It wasn't my choice.
I see a few questions
Oh, we're
buzzing
gonna get to
around.
it.
I
We're gonna get
asked
to it.
Daniel months ago if the kids had access to Roblox, and he told me no. But I'll just get Daniel to remind everybody about the kids' tablets, if the RCMP took them, if they examined them, and where those tablets are now.
Malaya has those tablets. As far as I know, they didn't need the tablets due to
the tablets.
The fact that the Apple Play.
Now remember, RCMP has now gone back looking at electronics.
Or the Samsung, like the Play Store, is connected to the tablets. That was directly connected to Malaya's account. So if they needed to look through her account, they would be able to, pick up everything from the devices, because everything's on her Play Store and her email. So when they checked her email and her Play Store, everything for the kids' devices would have showed up. So they didn't need a physical device. They could, digitally collect everything. And no, they didn't play Roblox,
too,
and I do remember you asking me that question.
Now there's some speculation that I haven't even heard, and I'm going to ask you about it. Is there any is there any truth to CPS
All right, here we
coming to your
go.
house
Here we
or
go.
scheduled
Listen,
to come to your house
listen,
on the
listen,
Friday
listen.
to check on the kids?
No. The only time
That's
they
the
ever
first
been to
you've
the
heard.
house was for Lily and Jack's behavior because the teachers and the staff members had a hard time with their behaviors because they didn't know how to, they weren't diagnosed with autism. And I knew from the very first time I ever met them, they had autism. And, they were
Daniel knew the first time they ever met them that they had autism. So him and Malaya waited 3 years, apparently, right? To finally maybe get them diagnosed. Is that what you're saying, Daniel? Is that what you're saying? Come on, Daniel. Stop with this buffoonery. Stop.
special needs. And, they just, CPS was concerned about their behavior at school. And
So, that also makes me question, if you take your kid to the pediatrician in those 3 years and your pediatrician thinks they might have autism, the pediatrician is going to send you to a specialist. If their behaviors show characteristics that there could be autism, they're going to send you to a specialist, right? I had one of my sons, when he was a baby, they thought he might, just some cues that he was doing, thought he might be autistic. And we took him. He wasn't autistic. But they pick up on that.
the teachers had some difficulties with trying to get them to learn. And
So he says that CPS was there because of a possible diagnosis of autism. And then he says because they weren't behaving in school. Brooks Murray said police dogs were once again Saturday morning, and drones and helicopters are expected to take flight. She said she has seen false claims online about her children being nonverbal and shy. They are not, end quote, she said. Then there is this. Okay, let me just play this a little bit more. Actually, well, let me just do it. All right, novascotia.ca. This is for the Safety First child abuse definition, intervention, and support. Child abuse, identification, intervention, and support. CPS are about protecting children under 16 from abuse and or neglect while making every effort to keep families together under the Child and Family Service Act. Child protection workers and designated social workers in child welfare agencies are required to assess reported of alleged child abuse and neglect. There are different kinds of child abuse: physical abuse, the intentional use of force of any part of the child's body that result in injury; emotional abuse, anything that causes serious mental or emotional harm to a child before the parent does not attempt to prevent or address. sexual abuse, the improper exposure of child to activity, contact, activity, or behavior. Neglect, any lack of care that may cause significant harm to a child's development or endanger the child in any way. That is what they come there for, Daniel. They don't come there to give you resources for an autistic diagnosis, okay, at all. Let me find it here. And Daniel, I would refer you to the Child and Family Service Act of 1990, where you can go and read all of this. I have looked through it and read some part of it. They do not go there to give you resources for the child's diagnosis. They are only there, and I mean only there, for the children's welfare and safety. That there has to be a suspect that they believe is abusing or neglecting.
And
So about that, like for me, and I don't know, I've only got very limited experience with CPS,
It is,
but
Anna.
and we did a live stream about CPS and stuff like this, but for them to come to you over behavior issues, it would have been, in my opinion, I don't know for sure, but in my opinion, it would have been to check on their home life to see if that was
Oh.
contributing to any kind of
Thank you,
behavior
Matthew.
they were exhibiting at school. So what?
well, that's the best way to reach for actual human to human contact, right? So they could
Well,
get,
but Deb, the school, see, I disagree with that, because the school teachers they reported the abuse, and from what I understand, they reported the abuse at least twice. And like the teachers and stuff bought the coats for Jack and Lilly and clothes for Jack and Lilly because they weren't coming to school with proper clothing. And all teachers can do, hey Jen, all teachers can do is report it and be good to the children there. And after they report it, it's out of their hands. And then it's up to CPS. It's very sad. I can't imagine being one of those teachers or the staff members. I just can't. Knowing that they knew shit was really wrong in this house and they reported it and they were good to Jack and Lilly. It's so sad. God, it makes me want to cry.
Get an idea of like who we were and how we could better support the kids. So they gave Malaya a whole bunch of phone numbers and just tried to instill how can I word this? Instill and give opportunities for the children to get support, because they had recommendations from the school to be tested for autism, and they were just about to be tested for autism. It was either going to be in May or June. I forget which. I told the story before, but they never got tested.
I think I'd have to double check, but I think you told me they were supposed to be tested in late May. Here's one.
Listen to this.
Was Daniel meeting with Durwood secretly at the side of the road as that other channel
Oh, not this one.
has claimed? This was the day of or the day after, like May 2nd or May 3rd. Now people are saying that you and Durwood had a secret meeting on the side of the road. Is there any truth to that, Daniel?
There is no truth to that at all. And that rumor came from supposedly a witness in New Glasgow that's seen Darren and 3 other men out the road from where I live. And that was definitely not me. That was one of them. I was not friendly with Darren at that time, obviously, until I showed up with Jordan's one day. And, that's when I had a talk with Darren. That was like 2 or 3 weeks after the disappearance. And, that would have been shenanigans that said that. Yeah, she just throws out a whole bunch of wild shit against me, it seems like. She's extremely pro Malaya. Malaya can do no wrong. Cheryl's her bestie. They're going to get matching tattoos. They do all this stuff together. But yet she never ever speaks on anything they say. That's, it's just mainly they just like to throw in everything they can against me. Malaya might have been drugged the night before. It's like shenanigans, like stop with the bullshit.
It's amazing to me that he is talking about Malaya and her might have been drugged the night before, whenever you have court very soon, Daniel, about SA, assault, and confinement. He's so dumb.
And I'll say this too. She messaged me the other day out of the blue. And she said, Daniel,
Let me fast forward this because I want
this.
I have no idea. But if not, you can just re-click the link and I'll bring you back up.
Okay, 1 second here. I want to get to this question.
Just see, I am trying. I am starting some stuff 20 minutes behind in chat before you guys even. So if you're talking, Daniel, because they're these. Oh, way to go, ignorant people. Come up to you can. I know I was trying to plan more. I don't know if you want to.
1 second here.
Trying to see. And is not shenanigans, you guys.
I want to get to the question.
Okay, here it is. Oh wow! Despite what you may, I know I'm not.
For Facebook, she went into Facebook jail. Said that she made actually seen that on Monsters of Chaos where she got put in Facebook jail. Thank them for.
Full transparency. I was aware that she had messaged Daniel, and it wasn't too long after.
Yeah.
Right, and like that's bizarre because.
And why would I call Cindy? I'm not a huge fan of Cindy.
Okay, here we go.
I was sleeping.
20 and full transparency. I was aware that she had messaged Daniel, and it wasn't too long after he received that message that she had on her live stream that Daniel is the one.
Yeah, he doesn't hear YouTube creators, but Charmaine goes live and he wants to pop up there. Daniel watches everything. Daniel said he didn't have any fake accounts either, and we proved that he did.
That called Cindy at what was it,
8:28.
Okay,
That's what she claims. It wasn't me who made the call. I was sleeping.
At 8:28.
Right, and like that's bizarre because.
And why would I call Cindy? I'm not a huge fan of Cindy. So
and we've known that, so
yeah,
it doesn't even make sense.
Neither one of you
history
were
always
sleeping,
repeated
Daniel.
itself with Cindy.
Neither one of you were sleeping.
Malaya left Cody. Cody was at work one day. Cindy swooped in and, got Malaya and Lily and Jack, and they left Cody, and she left all her belongings there as well.
Last night, there was a lot of comments being deleted.
And literally Cindy did the same thing, swooped in, took Malaya and our daughter, and she left all her belongings behind except for her clothes. So
Did you hear Daniel there? She left all of her belongings behind except for her clothes. Daniel, you said in the beginning that Malaya didn't take anything, nothing, not her clothes, nothing. And now you say, oh, well, she left.
it's like history repeated itself over. And Malaya just continues to make bad choices. Like we all know, she hasn't spoken out for her children. That's one of the worst choices that a mother could ever make.
You're right, Daniel. I agree with you. That is one of the worst choices a mother could make, is not speaking out for her children. You know what the other is? Lying while you're speaking out on your children. Missing.
Ask me.
Yeah,
You're
for
both
sure.
equal.
I mean, when you stop and you think about everything that you've been kind of gone through and everything that Janie's been put through and the collateral damage of Jordan and
Poor, pitiful me. Poor, pitiful me. Daniel, Janie, Malaya, maybe stop lying on a 4 and a 6-year-old. Maybe that would be better. You know what I mean?
This nicotine patch for an hour, and I'd still sell you in for a smoke. Come on back to my place. I want you to look at a urine sample. I think it looks cloudy. It's been so long since someone touched me.
And on with our news.
Chance and anybody else that's been brought up. I always say that at this point, I can't say I blame her for not wanting to speak on YouTube, but I still say she could use her platform, her Facebook platform, to post missing persons posters, to talk to mainstream media. Parents of missing children generally want to get the word out
Well,
as far and
speak
wide as
to
possible.
mainstream media, and maybe not sit in the corner or sit in another room when your friends do interviews. That's not the most wisest action. And then for that to come out, that was bad luck.
Yeah, and also
sorry,
about that,
Deb.
just really quickly, the one interview with Cheryl and Angeline, on its face, I thought they did a good job. But then when you look into it and you think about it, when they were on the couch and they were pulling items out of the bag and talking about
Okay,
this was
listen.
Lily's favorite blanket, what
Listen,
were your
this is where I
thoughts
got
when
it. I'm going to show
saw that
Daniel
interview?
right here.
I mean, the only way they would have
Listen to
known
Daniel's words.
that was potentially even Lily's favorite blanket is what Malaya told them, right?
So there was a blanket, I guess Cheryl and them said that it was Lily's favorite blanket.
So it's like it was pre-scripted at that point, right? Because they wouldn't have known that. So Malaya told them to say that, obviously, or maybe they just came up with it on their own. But
Well, was it her favorite
they wouldn't
blanket?
have known that. So that was a
Right.
false claim on their. That was a
I'm going to
false
show a
claim on their
receipt
part.
in a minute.
They would have never known that was potentially Lily's favorite blanket, not unless Malaya told them. So they basically just made that up, right?
Yeah. And do you remember that blanket? Was that Lily's favorite blanket?
To tell you the truth, me and Mom, we gathered up all Lily and
Listen.
Jack's belongings, right? And I don't remember that blanket being in there when me and Mom gathered up all the.
Hey, which blanket was it that Cheryl and them said? Do we know which blanket it was? Hold on. Let's see here. Lily and favorite blanket. Hold on. One second. we know which was the favorite blanket, what the favorite blanket looked like. I might be able to even find something else out. Let me look here. I think I found it. 1 second. Bear with me 1 second. Let me see if I can find it here. Here it is. Okay. All right. Found it. 1 second.
Jack Sullivan. Now, reminders.
It was one of her.
Okay. It's got the cherries on it. Okay. All right. 1 second. I'm looking in a picture that I got.
Her favorite blankets.
Okay, yeah, it's got the cherries on it.
Oh, look. Okay, hold on. There's the clothes, right? There's the clothes. You see that bag right there? You see the bag right there? Right here. The clear bags.
It was one of her favorite blankets.
Okay, yeah, it's got the cherries on it.
Every blanket she had was her favorite, especially if it was pink.
Cheryl Robinson and Angeline.
Okay. There we go. More of those. And then there's this. These are Jack's blankets right here. They're like little baby blankets. Okay. All right. Now listen to what Daniel says.
Me and Mom, we gathered up all Lily and Jack's belongings, right? And I don't remember that blanket being in there when me and Mom gathered up all their belongings. So I don't know where that, and you can even see from the photo that, I head in the driveway with all, Lily and Jack's blankets and clothes and everything put in the bags, that blanket was clearly not visible in any of the bags. And they said that those blankets weren't washed, I do believe, in that interview, because that's the first thing Angeline asked is, these are the blankets that you guys cleaned? And I believe they said, no, we never got through all the belongings. And I don't remember them putting that, I don't remember me or Mom putting that blanket in the bag. So I don't know where they got that blanket from. I told investigators that, and they said that they weren't washed. I don't know that for 100%. I don't remember the interview very well. But if they weren't washed, then why were they put into an industrial size garbage bag? They could tell that the plastic was thicker on that bag than the original bag we bagged up the clothes with. So the clothes would have been transferred into that bag because it's a different bag. If you're going to transfer clothes into an industrial bag from the original bag it was in, you would think you'd wash them, not just take clothes and just move them into a different bag.
What is he talking about here? That they weren't washed? Okay.
It's the little things like that, right? Like, that was clearly an industrial bag in that interview. A thicker, clear bag and different bag. We could tell the wash. I don't remember the interview very well. But if they weren't washed, then why were they put into an industrial size garbage bag? They could tell the plastic was thicker on that bag than the original bag we bagged up the clothes with. So
thank you so much, Helicopter. Thank you, darling. Appreciate you for getting that pearl necklace. You received that. Make sure you think of your Helicopter. He just says shit to kill time, and the morons get distracted. Nothing he says holds value to real life. Well, yeah, he tells on himself sometimes. But
So
yeah,
the clothes would have been transferred into that bag because
so the clothes would have been transferred into that
it's a
bag
different bag.
because it's a different bag. Okay. Here we go. This is Daniel. Right there is the cherries. It's in this bag right here. Right there. Right there's the cherries. It came out of this bag with all of the white in there. It came out of this bag. She pulled it out of this bag right there. And then when you look,
especially if it was pink.
Cheryl Robinson and Angela.
right there, they pulled it out of this bag right there. There you go, Daniel. Right there. You can also see all of, you can see Jack's blue blanket right here in green, blue and green, and then this blanket right here. This is the cherry one, right? And here's the blue and green one. There's the blue and green one. Dum dum. Right there. Thank you, Missy. That's what they had. That's all. Everything Jack and Lilly had. Why does anyone remember Belinda saying she heard the bags that Daniel returned smelled strongly of urine? She said Cheryl said they had to keep them outside. They smelled so strongly. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Patty. Love you, Laura. Again, I think Daniel's probably did something to them. There's the blue and green bag. There's the cherry one. This is the same bag that they have in this interview right here. Right here. It's the blue and green. And then right there's the cherry.
Land style.
Blankets, once cherished by 6-year-old Lily and 5-year-old Jack Sullivan, now reminders.
It was one of her favorite blankets.
Okay, yeah, it's got the cherries on it.
Yeah. Every blanket she had was her favorite, especially if it was pink.
Cheryl Robinson and Angeline Maloney.
Sorry, I was muted. I was saying I do believe let me find that comment. Baby Monkey said there that is the old stuff there. The picture I just showed. MBM took the laundried ones where the there were in Malaya's car still. I do believe that they smelled when they got them because they couldn't have been washed. Number one, because if they were, how did Janie and Daniel wash them? Janie has a washer spinner. You can't put blankets or anything in them. You can't put blankets or anything in them. We have a picture of her washer spinner, actually. Okay.
If you're going to transfer clothes into an industrial bag from the original bag it was in, you would think you'd wash them, not just take clothes and just move them into a different bag. It's the little things like that, right? Like that was clearly an industrial bag in that interview, a thicker, clear bag. And we didn't use thick, clear bags when we packed everything in there.
Okay. What is he talking about? We didn't originally use clear industrial bags when we packed everything in there. Aren't these clear industrial bags? Aren't these clear industrial bags in your driveway, Daniel?
Right, and that's exactly what
when we packed everything in there.
Right, and that's exactly what I thought. Hey Justin, how's it going? Just so you know, I'm not putting a single one of those up. Just so you know, how is your finger doing, Daniel?
Charmaine's like, just so you know, Justin, I'm not putting a single one of your questions up because I was firing at Daniel. I was like, because Daniel would run like a bitch. Daniel would run like the bitch that he is. Beach. Daniel's a beach. On his mommy's titty.
Get up off me. I said that's enough. Let my goddamn titty go. You act like...
That's an actual video of Daniel on his mommy's teat.
I mean, it's healing, and I go see a plastic surgeon again tomorrow, check up on it and
Daniel, you go see a plastic surgeon tomorrow.
everything.
Okay.
Sucks that I have to drive so far. It's almost 3 hours from the house to go see a plastic surgeon. But
toughen up.
Wow.
You make do with what this province has, right?
Toughen
Are
up.
you
Tighten it
like,
up, Daniel.
Have you been cleared to return to work yet, or
No. I just have to go see the plastic surgeon tomorrow. Still can't straighten out my finger. Well, most of the last.
That's okay, Daniel. That's okay, Daniel. You know what? Bubba will straighten it out for you, baby. You'll be walking with a limp. You'll be walking gangster style. Gangster style. You'll call mommy on the phone. Mommy, they're being mean to me here in the prison. My ass hurts.
Lacerations are, starting to heal pretty well, but it's just all the tendons are cut at the end of my middle finger. So they're worried about, my finger building enough.
Daniel can't even straighten his middle finger. He can't even give a fuck you.
Scar tissue up so the tendons can try to attach back to the bone. So the end of my finger isn't permanently stuck in a position where it's curled. And, I have full function of the end of my finger, because right now it's there's not any feeling really in it at all, except for if I hit it off something.
That's okay. Bubba will make you gain feeling.
And then I mean, I did get some feeling at that point, but just to touch it, it's
still tender.
Yeah, there's really no feeling in the tip, and I was urged to not move it by physio or the plastic surgeon due to.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, and this is the thing that I do disagree about. Like, if you are giving Daniel questions, and again, they're hard questions, where he said things the past, and you put that up there, you might be timed out and stuff. And I like, answer the question. If you have nothing to hide nothing, Daniel.
The scar tissue could be ripped on the inside, and my tendons not ever attached properly. But for the rest of my fingers, they healed fairly well.
Is it possible Cindy was at your home in the early morning hours, like between 5 and 5:30 a.m., and you just didn't know? Is that possible?
Yeah, I mean, that
Listen
could
to
be
this.
possible, because I would have been sleeping.
He drives me nuts when he says Cindy might have been at the trailer in the front yard the morning Jack and Lilly disappeared. Daniel, you know she wasn't. RCMP knows she wasn't. Your mom knows she wasn't. And Malaya knows she wasn't. And she's like, well, she might have called outside the home with her cell phone. Bitch, you said she couldn't even get signal out there. Come on.
But like, it was already light when I seen Lily come into the room. Those 2 times I could see that it was, starting to become light outside.
He can remember it was light though outside.
So there would have been no point of, Cindy being there that early. I mean, it is possible. It's also possible for her to be out in the yard and make that Facebook message to Malay saying I'm on my way.
Daniel. Oh, I just thought of something. Oh, you fucked up there, Daniel. Oh, you fucked up there. Hold on, you dumbass. You're such a dumbass. You are the biggest dumbass ever. How do people even put up with this mofo? I don't know. Hold, please. I'm going to show you something very interesting. Oh, Daniel. Oh, Daniel. You don't even believe yourself, you dummy. You don't even believe yourself. Okay. Let's find it where Malaya texted her mom. Let me play this while it's going on. Bear with me.
Right. And she could already be in the yard, because when you're in a crisis or a tragic situation like that, time blindness is a serious issue, right? Because you're so worried about the external world that your time perception is very flawed, and high stress situations like that. It's just like when you get into, I hate using this example. It's just like when you get in a car crash, right? The car crash only lasts a few seconds, but your brain goes into a mode where it tries to slow down the perception of time. And so the time you spend in those tragic situations is very skewed. Because during the search, like my time perception or time blindness wasn't, full effect, and I wasn't aware of the times or how fast time was passing or how many minutes did pass or hours. I wasn't fully aware of that because, I was doing everything I could, searching everywhere I could and trying to cover as much ground as possible. So, and I wasn't here a lot at the house. I just came back for water and food, a few times a day. And yeah, it was the perception of time is very skewed.
Yeah, I can only I can't imagine how.
And especially
I
when
know
you
for
see
myself-
people just standing around Charmaine, and I hate to say this as well, but I've seen many searchers.
Listen
just,
to this.
They were.
I was rageful when he said this. Rageful when he said this, attacking the poor volunteers who are out there looking for children that are hidden. You should be ashamed of yourself. I'm trying to find, where did it go? But Daniel said back there that Malaya's mom could have been in the front yard when she said she was on her way. Daniel, you buffoon. It was noon. It was noon. It was past noon whenever she said that. So it wasn't that morning. You idiot. He's unbelievable. I'm trying to find the text message. I got it here somewhere. I've just got so many files on Jack and Lily's case, where he says that. But he's getting ready to attack the searchers here. And you should have seen me in chat. I was giving it to him when he did that. Okay.
It was like they didn't have a care in the world, and there's like 2 missing children. And if you're going to be
the searchers didn't have a care in the world, it's just like nothing. And again, everyone says, Daniel, everyone was searching. We just weren't around, hopped up on math.
search and rescue, volunteer, at least put like your time and focus and effort really into it. I mean, you're doing something that's,
of course,
monumental for, families. And like I've seen search and rescue, they walk 20 feet from the road into the woods and they would sit down. And, I asked them many times, like, what are you doing? I have a lag cramp. And they're 20 feet from the road. And, that was really sad to see. And I think, like, maybe that should be me saying that if there is any search and rescue, like you guys are, you do something that's amazingly helpful. But it's just like there's some of it that some people that ruin it for the.
I said in chat to Daniel, I said, so how do you know that they only searched 10 minutes if you weren't there most of the day, the second day? How do you know?
The rest, right? And I know not everyone's, capable of, running through the woods or, or jumping over trees
and I forgot to put this up. And then, Janie, Daniel and I were both out searching for Jack and Lily from morning until dark, while Malaya and family were in the trailer drinking coffee and eating. It was a fun family reunion. Remember, Daniel was, what was the word used in the documents? I forget the words they used in the documents. Not abrasive to the He wouldn't look the family in the eye. He was erratic. He was acting erratic to the RCMP and family and all that.
Because there was many injuries that were reported, and these injuries should have never occurred, or people getting bit by ticks, and people missing their wedding anniversaries, and a lot of that stuff, because a lot of people.
So people getting bit by ticks and people missing their anniversaries, and you want to fucking criticize people who got off their ass and volunteered their time and their life and their limb to search for your 2 children. I don't care if one of them walked 10 feet. They got off their ass to volunteer their time, their energy, and made an effort. And you should never, ever, ever, ever criticize even remotely someone who volunteered any energy to find Jack and Lilly that was out there searching, because 10 feet is more than Malaya did. And regardless, Daniel, you could have been looking till the day of judgment, but you're going to look in every place that Jack and Lilly were not. Because, in my opinion, you put them somewhere between the hours of midnight and 5:30 a.m.
People had to take time off work. A lot of people took time away from their families, like 6 days away from their family, because they were just there the whole time, never stopped. And, there was a lot of people I seen in, the command center. It seemed like they didn't sleep and they never went home. There's an aspect of it where it's like they're like, hats off to them, because, a lot of people like worked really hard during that search. But there's like other people that just.
Once I started criticizing him, he started drawing back. He starts drawing back, but
their mind, and they never put their mind to it.
They never put their
mind to it. And then
that's
not all of them.
How dare you? How freaking dare you say that they never put their mind to it? Everyone, Enoch. He throws everyone under the bus and makes then he makes it look like he don't. Oh yeah. How dare you? Their sober mind. Exactly, Sam. Exactly. Some of them only walked 10 feet and said their knee hurt. That's 10 feet. Who gives a fuck? Don't be criticizing them, you jerk.
And then that's not even a majority, that's a minority. But
yeah, and I mean, I think it really speaks to how many people care, right? And how important this is to people, even early on. So, Belinda's got a question here. Daniel, if you didn't know the children were staying.
Thank you for asking this question, Belinda, because I have asked this question so many times. Because if you have a routine every morning and you're there with Meadow every morning, and Meadow's in bed, and your wife or your girlfriend is not up to get the kids up, and it's light outside, and the routine is not happening, you're going to look at your clock, or you're going to be like, babe, you need to get up. You overslept. Get the kids up.
Home when Lily poked her head in the room. Why didn't you ask Malaya what's going on? And like, I think last time you were on, I asked you, like, why, if Malaya wasn't getting up, then why didn't you get
I was unaware of the time, because in May, it does get lighter earlier, and I was unaware of the time, and I just continued my schedule like I always did, just lay in bed with Meadow. And
well, okay, you lay in bed with Meadow, but if the routine is broken, you start asking questions.
Try to get Meadow as much sleep as possible when Malaya got the kids up for school, Daniel, and got them off to school, because Meadow was, just a little over a year at that point, right? I don't know if that answers that question. Belinda's more than happy to, I'm more than happy to answer any of Belinda's questions she has.
Yeah, it's just, I think it's something that weighs on all of us. Like, why didn't anybody get up with the kids?
I continued
Daniel?
like I usually do. I lay in bed with Meadow, and I didn't know the kids were staying home from school. I didn't look at my phone because before like the disappearance of Jack and Lily, I barely went on my phone. I maybe went on it like 10 minutes a day. And, since then I spend more time on my phone now, even though I don't like to spend, time staring at screens, but I find myself
Daniel was only on his phone 10 minutes a day until Jack and Lily went missing. Daniel.
Doing more,
Does he
right?
think people believe him?
And I try to answer people's questions when they send me messages, but I get a lot of messages sometimes. So like I can't answer everyone back, but especially if they have hateful messages, then, I used to answer them back as well, because a lot of
hateful meaning he lied and people call him out on it and he doesn't want to answer. Justin, we do not have children, my husband and I, but my nieces and nephews who sometimes stayed with us on the weekend or holidays. If I or my sister didn't get our asses up, my husband would. Yep.
like
we have a routine. One time the electric went out in the night and I didn't have like a battery backup in my alarm, because I have an alarm. I'm a heavy sleeper when I'm asleep, and I have it's called an atomic alarm, and you can look them up on Amazon. It's very, very loud when it goes off. And then it's got what they call a bed shaker. And it's got this cord, and it's got this round, looks like a hockey puck that you put under your mattress, and it vibrates your bed. But one time my electric went off, and I was asleep, right? Well, who wakes you up? Your partner wakes you up, right? To get the kids ready for school, because the routine is broken. That's what you do. We all have a routine every day. Oh, well, it's for heavy sleepers. They're wonderful.
hate messages I get, it's like I know that it shows that they truly care, but maybe
those alarms were developed for deaf people and heavy sleepers. You can have it make it sound like you can make it sound like really loud bird chirping, or like a siren, or a really, really, really loud alarm clock. I'm talking loud. And then it vibrates your bed and it goes, shakes it off.
maybe they don't keep up on the case, and and they don't not everyone can see the same angles or analyze the data or data, like some other people can. Some people have a better
You need one,
perception
Charlotte.
of who people are, and the questions I've answered and everything like that. But usually when people get hate messages, I used to answer them back, and I know their heart's in the right place, Charmaine.
Sam.
Like I truly know that, because they care, and they care to a point where they're willing to attack or send hatred my way, and they do care, because it just comes out as anger or frustration over trying to be civil and find the answers, right?
I know.
Yeah.
But the
and some
heart's in the
people
right
just-
place.
Yeah, they feel so passionate and frustrated. because
Especially,
everybody just-
parents, right? Parents, when they have kids, they know what it's like to have a bond with their children, and then, they're used to seeing them every day. And I think parents are much more impacted because what
Impacted, that's another word Daniel likes.
it's like to have children and, be close to them and share that bond. And when the bond's broken, right, they know what it feels like.
Yeah. And like the worst fear of any parent is to lose a child, let alone two. So
They have a deeper perception on, what it's like to, have kids, and what it's like to see a little kid grow or kids grow. And there's a level of admiration and
Annabelle made a good comment in here, right? In this chat last night. She said, Jesus, the baby went to bed at 9 p.m. and wasn't hungry or wet at 8 a.m. You couldn't check the time? Pretty damn lame. When you have little kids, you check the time. Absolutely. Yeah, we're talking about, I don't know, how old was she at the time? About a year and a half, maybe a little older. She went to bed at 9 o'clock. You didn't change her the next morning, any of that? Yep. Jack's in a pamper too. Yep. Yep.
How can I word this? Level of admiration, and that you're doing something to
1,000%.
benefit mankind, and you have a sense on a deeper level than people that are not parents.
Agreed. Just Ducky. So going.
Who doesn't get up during the night to pee? Especially like a woman if you've had like 3 kids. Come on now.
Going back to that CCTV video, and the RCMP won't show it to you because you're a witness. A witness to what? That doesn't. Can you explain that, please?
I never dived into depth with them on that, but when I think with a investigation, even missing persons investigation, because it never made a pivot at this point, they would need a suspect or ready to lay charges to flip it over to criminal investigation. And so I'm considered a witness because you can't really be identified as a suspect, or if there's.
Can I get a witness up in here? Can I get a witness? Can we get a witness for Mr. Daniel? Oh, yes, we can.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit?
We got a witness. What is he getting a witness to? What are you a witness to, Daniel? You was asleep. How can you be a witness to anything if you're asleep, you buffoon?
I'm considered a witness because you can't really be identified as a suspect, or if there's no high belief of criminal involvement and they haven't pivoted yet. So I would still be considered a witness, same as Malay would be considered.
So I would still be. That's very interesting. He says it like that. So I would still be considered a witness.
There's no high belief of criminal involvement and they haven't pivoted.
No high belief of criminal involvement and they haven't pivoted
yet. So I would
yet.
Still be considered a witness.
So I would still be considered a witness. So you kind of know that it's going to eventually be criminal, don't you, Daniel? You kind of get that part, right? I'm sure you do. I mean, I'm sure you know that the RCMP knows that this is going to be criminal, and I believe it's criminal behind the scenes. It 1,000% is. And what was it? I called out something the other day where Rob from Major Crime said something, and I was like, there you have it, folks. There's where it's criminal. I'm looking for something I've got right here. Damn, where to do with it? It's very easy, Daniel. You know it's going to be criminal. You know it is a crime that happened.
Considered a witness.
So bullshit, man.
I never dived in depth and, got the full explanation from that, but that's what I took away from it.
Oh, this is from a long time ago, even a long time ago. The investigative team from the Northeastern Novus Major Crimes Unit has referred this matter to me for support in seeking your consideration for its inclusion to the program, as they believe they are individuals who are privy to information that could result in locating Jack and Lilly Sullivan. I recommend that this case be added to the rewards of Major Unsolved Crimes Program, Major Unsolved Crimes Program, for a period of 12 months, at which time the status of the file will be reviewed of the Northeast Nova Major Crime Unit. This doesn't sound like a wondered away. Yeah. There you go, Mr. Martell. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you, baby. That doesn't seem like, to me, in my opinion, seems like a crime there to me.
Marvin, you better not shit where you eat, honey. Get out of here. What the fuck?
Don't shit where you eat, Dan Mauve. Which, if you're in a 6x6 cell, or is it a 6x6? Is it 6x10? You're going to be shitting where you eat. I'm sorry to tell you, Dan.
Most times I don't like to push investigators to the limit. I do more so now because
you have nothing to lose.
After a year,
exactly.
I'm going to word this as well. Trying to word it correctly for your audience. I like to see the behaviors and the sentence structure and the words used, so I can better gain
what are you
a better understanding, we'll call it.
What did you just snort, Daniel?
And I've learned more and more on that. I guess we can call it I analyze them for some channels that really love using that.
He is definitely in panic mode. I think he knows that, in my opinion, jail is imminent, in my opinion, and I think he realizes that, and he is getting on with it. Getting it all out.
But that's what I try to do now. I don't like, I mean, I push them more now to, ask them more in-depth things.
Funny sandwich.
But it's, over the last few months, it's been less and less contact.
Yes, hot rails. You got Daniel going 90 miles an hour. You got BJ hitting the mic.
But I still, when I give him the chance, I like to have face-to-face, and I haven't had much face-to-face in the last couple months. There's only been a couple times.
Right.
I think like 3-4 times maybe in the last 2 months.
Just scanning through chat. Do you?
Mm-hmm.
I remember you talking about this before. Daniel made her cut off contact with
Good
all of her
question,
friends
Leslie.
except Angeline. Do you want to explain that to people again?
Well, Malaya was the one who blocked them on her phone, and she also blocked them on my phone as well. Malaya had a different mindset on the way, like she viewed the world in many aspects. I mean,
aspects, that's another word of his. The way Malaya viewed the world, many aspects of that.
She even, you know, got my phone, and she even blocked Cody's exes.
Listen to this.
on
Listen to this, which is hilarious to me that he says Malaya blocked people on his phone. Daniel, I've shown text messages of you telling your ex to block people on the phone. I said that in chat.
On my phone because she was afraid that I would like cheat on them with,
you
cheat
would.
on these girls with.
You would.
Like it was a weird thing the way.
Daniel, you are allegedly sleeping with someone who came to search for Jack and Lilly. Come on.
She conducted herself because Malaya's been cheated on so many times in the past. She thought I would do that. And I'm not that kind of person. So, but she would block Cody's exes because she thinks like some weird thing in her head that I would want to talk to them. And that wasn't the case. Like I had a child with Malaya, and I'm not interested in cheating on any girl I'm in a relationship with. But Malaya did have, you know.
You would sleep with a drumstick, a chicken drumstick, if you could, Daniel.
Cheryl and Haley and Shelby blocked on her phone, and she also blocked them on my phone. Plus Cody's exes as well.
Cody's exes? Plus Cody's exes as well. So you even block. Why do you have Cody's ex's phone number? Oh, he's so jealous of Cody. Yeah. Yep. He's definitely. What is Cody's? They're that jealous? Oh, Cody's exes. Daniel, you look like Beetlejuice. You're going to get it where you can. Let's be real.
Daniel, why did Cindy tell Malaya not to call 911? Is that why you were so mad and told her to get? I don't remember ever hearing that. Is there
No, I
any truth to that?
don't know that either. When me and Malaya, see, these are the problem with rumors when they start, because they snowball without a clear explanation, and that's why I've always tried to be so open with you guys and try to answer every question and every rumor. Malaya did ask me, should I call 911 when we first went outside? But, you know, that was Malaya talking to me. There was no Cindy in that situation.
Have you heard the rumor that Malaya is?
Well, you criticized Malaya when you said, should Malaya asked, should I call 911? Of course you should call 911. It's your kid. One time you said. The other time you said, just hold on 1 second. So I ran up to the kids, to the cabins. Which one is it, Daniel?
Pregnant again? I haven't heard that, but
to me that doesn't matter. I don't care if Malaya's pregnant or she's in a relationship with someone.
You are fucking so jealous, Daniel. I know you are, of Malaya's new man. Which it's amazing. Malaya has been dating, going to the beach, going to bars and everything else, but hasn't put an ounce of energy, really, in my opinion, to Jack and Lilly. But regardless, you're jealous, Daniel. You are so jealous.
Someone. I mean, I get messages with people saying, "Oh, I heard Malaya's in a relationship." Like, that's good. That's good for her. If that makes her happy, and she gets smiles from it, and she enjoys the love from
She gets the smiles and the love, y'all. The smiles and the love.
another person. That's all on her. Let her live her life, and let her be happy. That it doesn't concern me at all.
Thank you. Did you and Malaya have an open relationship? Did either of you have other partners? You know what an open relationship is,
Yeah.
I assume.
Yeah. No, me and
Cheated.
Malaya never had an open relationship. It was monogamous, and I never cheated on her. She never cheated on me. It was just me and Malaya, trying to raise a family, and there was none of that. And I keep hearing Anita. I'm going to address this. I keep hearing Anita say something about like a Leo's list. I have no idea what that is. And the very first,
You hear his smile behind that. You can tell when someone's smiling. I hear Anita is this list. You can hear the grin.
time I ever heard of it was out of Anita's mouth. And I have no idea what that is or what it consists of, but it seems like Anita brings in a lot of weird, odd things like that.
Sure does. Okay, here's a good one. Daniel, you said about her leaving clothes. So you take 5 or 6 bags there. You didn't think it was weird. There may have been like less, or explain that. I
No,
never
I
even
didn't
thought
see
of
because there was like
asking
6
that.
bags of clothes. Like I didn't look through the clothes to see if Malaya's were in there, right?
Okay. So this is the question right here, right? Like you think of Daniel says that Malaya, Jack, Lily, his clothes, they all took it to Malaya's grandmother's house. And they washed the clothes. 6 bags of big bags of clothes. And then he says that Malaya left her clothes there. So my question is, Daniel, that's bullshit, number one. There would be less clothes coming back into the home. You would notice that, number one. And number two, you were in the same house as Malaya doing this laundry. Whenever you're folding the clothes and putting it away into the bag for you to take it home, while Malaya was folding the clothes, or whoever was folding the clothes, wouldn't you notice, oh, where's your clothes, Malaya?
And
So,
like I
but there
didn't,
would have been much less laundry leaving if all of Malaya's clothes. Do you know what I'm saying? Like
but
this is
they were
actually a really good
rebagged. I don't know
question.
if the bags are the same size or right. So
Do you hear yourself, Daniel? He says the clothes were rebagged. He doesn't know if the clothes were the same size. Daniel, you carried fucking clothes out to the car. What do you mean you don't know if the clothes was the same size? You dumb. I don't even know why he gets himself into these situations. I really don't. Like, why just lie about something that you don't have to lie about? In my opinion, it's a personality disorder, but that's a whole other
I
story.
wasn't going to go look for them. Oh, Malaya left all her clothes there at Patty's house. Like when I took them out, there was still, majority. I wasn't going to go look for them. Oh, Malaya left all her clothes there at Patty's house. Like when I took them out, there was still, you know, the majority of the bags. Like Malaya, when she got clothes, she would only keep them. Like, say if she got all new summer clothes, when fall came around, she would just throw out all her summer clothes. So,
Yeah, because y'all were bougie like that, right? I mean, probably the only reason y'all threw out the clothes is because you were too fucking lazy to wash them. That's probably why. And that pisses me off even more if that's true, which it's Daniel saying it, so take that as you will. Because Jack and Lilly didn't even have the right fucking coats. They didn't even have coats. The teacher bought them coats. You moron. But y'all can go out and just buy more clothes for the new season.
I mean, I'm
coming on to springtime, she would get rid of all her winter clothes, right? She would buy all new clothes.
I have sweaters and shirts that are older than my kids who are, you know, driving now. So come on. I mean, like,
yeah.
I don't know if some women do that, but that was like the thing she did.
I don't do like all of the clothes, but I relatable. Just saying.
Yeah, I'm not. As a guy, you're not thinking about, oh, there's all my winter clothes. I say I'm gonna keep all these, and a lot of guys just
thank you,
keep their
Royal.
clothes for like 10
Thank you,
years or
Enoch.
whatever, right?
Yeah. Oh,
Hold
I know.
on, what?
I say I'm gonna keep all these, and a lot of guys just keep their clothes for like 10 years or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, most people keep their clothes for a long time. Justin, I have a favorite sweater, like 25 years old. Yeah. I mean, I've got sweaters and things that I love, you know what I mean? And like, I hope they never wear out. Unless they're just too damn lazy to, you know, do anything, wash them. Neva, thank you so much for the 250 days, my friend. Appreciate you very much. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that, Neva. I got 20-year-old New York boots. I probably worn them a month, over $100. Now they will fit my grandson. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Ian's got clothes that they wouldn't fit his left toe. And
Yeah. And I think that's the thing with guys. They just, you know, they're not interested in, you know, their hobbies or things of interest aren't, you know, formal wear or
Right.
clothes in general.
Right, Robin.
Yeah. Did Malaya ever read to the kids?
Yeah.
Yeah, she would read like bedtime stories and everything to them, or
you guys remember Daniel said Malaya never took her clothes or anything. Because he would always complain. She didn't take anything. She left her clothes here, everything. And then he said the only thing Malaya took was 2 sweaters of mine, which just happened to be the 2 sweaters he claims that he was, or the 2 shirts rather, that he was wearing the night and the day Jack and Lilly went missing. And then he says, "Oh, I found him. Oh, I found him."
but it was hard for them to settle down, being undiagnosed autistic, so being special needs. They had a hard time, you know, when they were smaller, when they were like, you know, like Lily was like 3.5, and Jack would have been like 1.5, almost 2, and they would, try to, Lily would definitely sit down and, enjoy looking at the books and
Exactly,
everything
Kelly. Exactly.
with Malaya. But as they got older, they were, trying to grab the books or
Mayflower Sparkles, thank you so much, my dear, for your jewels. Appreciate you, my love. Thank you very much, Mayflower. Appreciate that very much. Very kind of you, my dear. Really appreciate that. I still have my high school cheerleading sweatshirt that looks brand new, but do not want to part with. Yeah, that's you earned that, right? Yes. Well, I'm getting ready to show you something here. No proof they are special needs. Exactly. Listen to this.
sit down and, enjoy looking at the books and everything with Malaya. But as they got older, they were, trying to grab the books or jumping around on their beds. And it was much more chaotic. So they didn't really care about the books at that point.
Right. This is actually a good question because I don't remember if I've ever talked to you or asked you about this. So Friday, I know you've said that you were out searching most of the day. You didn't have a lot of interaction with people on Friday. But do you remember if and when CPS showed up and at some point we heard that
Oh, Daniel.
the baby
Careful what you say here, Daniel.
couldn't
I
stay
want to
there.
show.
Is that true? And
Yeah, it wasn't an applicable situation for, that would have been on May 3rd. It wasn't an applicable situation with two missing children.
Listen.
And, no one knew what happened, right? And still to this point,
So
no one
knew.
knew.
Take your third
No
child.
one knew what happened, or no one knows what happened. Well, at least I don't, and Mom, and I don't know about Malaya. I can't speak on Malaya, but yeah, it wasn't a.
How does he know that his mom doesn't know? Wasn't you sleeping, Daniel? But I'm going to show you something. Daniel's going to say because he was an addict is the reason they took the kids. But then you got to remember, Daniel said there was no drugs at the house. There was. And there was allegedly drugs in the car as well.
A situation that a baby should ever be, exposed to with, drones and helicopters and hundreds of people and cops. And
so the baby should not be exposed to drones and helicopters and cops. Okay. Tell us more.
It wasn't a situation that, any child over a year should be exposed to. And then plus two as well.
Listen.
CPS, because of my substance abuse disorder,
because of his substance abuse disorder, that's the reason they took Meadow. Now, Daniel, you can say it till the day of judgment for all I care. And you can call me a liar till the cows come home. I don't care. I don't care if anybody actually agrees with me on this. There was drugs in that home. You know it. RCMP knows it. CPS know it. I know it. We know it. There was allegedly also drugs in the car. I got a message. Actually, I can probably pull that up. And I got this one too. Maybe. 1 second here. Y'all can still see me, right?
I'm fully open about that. They didn't want me around.
But Daniel, hold on. Let me play.
I'm fully CPS because of my substance abuse disorder. Like I'm fully open about that. They didn't want me around Meadow at that time because of, my substance abuse disorder.
What? Thank you, Julius. They didn't want you around Meadow because of your substance abuse disorder. And again, they found drugs in the bathroom. Remember, the family said drugs in the bathroom. Daniel completely denied that. Thank you, Missy. Daniel completely denied that there was rugs in the bathroom, that there was rugs in the home, that there was no rugs, none of that. There was no rug party or any of that. Put a 1 in the chat if you remember that. Daniel saying that. Put a 1 in the chat if you remember that. It might be Canva that's down right now. Let me close some of this stuff here. Okay. Just want to make sure we're on the same page. All right. I'm trying to show y'all something, but I'm not sure if it's going to let me. There we go. Okay. All right. Here we go. Give me 1 second. Just listen to this 1 second.
And, that's why I didn't get to see Meadow for that first little bit. And, CPS in Glasgow, I'm about to say this, they really fucked up. Sorry for my language.
Tell us.
But they made a lot of mistakes, and they didn't do enough in-depth research. And it was really, they should have, because when I first walked into CPS, I asked them,
what do you mean they didn't do enough research? There was rugs in your home. There was allegedly rugs in your car. And not only that, Daniel, not only that, I've shown the messages of where you said that your kids, your other kids that visit you every other weekend, said that you were mean to Jack and Lilly. Here's one of the messages. This was like freaking hours of Jack and Lilly going missing. The mother has already been drug tested and removed from the home. RCMP and the Department of Community Services and Child Protective Services strongly recommend that she leave the dwelling. Drug paraphernalia was located inside the home along with one of the vehicles. I cannot speak on who owned the vehicle or what exactly was found. I can confirm that the drug paraphernalia was located at the residence. The mother and the baby were removed to a secure location away from the property. So Daniel says it was because of his drug paraphernalia, or what it was, his drug use disorder, whatever that was. And he says, even though there wasn't drugs in the house, he claims, and he hadn't been doing drugs at that time, and that the neighbors knew that they were, always having people going in and out of there, and that the RCMP knows and others know that he did a rug deal that day, Thursday evening or afternoon. But yeah, got it, Daniel.
You guys, able to handle this case. It wasn't to do with arrogance or ego or narcissistic, things of any of that nature. It was like, because this was a case where I knew it was bigger than, most people would recognize at the time.
How would you know this was bigger than most people were recognized at the time? And what does this have to do with them removing Meadow? And again, Malaya, you guys know how I feel about her. However, Malaya could still be around her daughter. She didn't have custody. Her mom had temporary guardianship of Meadow. Malaya ended up screwing that up, and Cindy or Meadow went to foster care that wasn't family around. But Meadow could not be around Daniel at all. He didn't have visitation at that time. It wasn't set up yet. Or Janie. And even now, Daniel still doesn't see his oldest two kids, and neither does Janie. Oh, he watches me, Buttercup. He watches me. He watches.
Because the situation is so rare. Like, I asked CPS and they say, oh yeah, we can handle it. We worked here for, 16 years or 19 years. And it's like, and then looking back, they screwed up. And, the CPS caseworkers, me and Malaya
Daniel,
now are,
you know something? I am going to agree with you on this right here. CPS absolutely screwed up. They absolutely screwed up. They screwed up by not taking the 3 children out of out of that toxic environment sooner. Now we have 2 children missing. That's where they screwed up. They didn't screw up with anything that you're saying it about, but they did screw up.
much more professional, much better at their jobs, and they know the ins and outs and all the policies and procedures, and there's no mistakes, and they do very well. They do very well. And then I know a lot of people as a whole don't, like CPS or anyone that dealt with them in the past or the present. But, they helped me a lot. They helped me grow and gave me all the, all the
those resources that you was requesting, right, Daniel? Those resources, right?
Stuff put in place so I could become a better person. They really helped me with that, with my therapist and psychiatrist, and that's how I got diagnosed with ADHD, properly. And
right, I have ADHD, so I smoke meth.
They helped me out a lot, and
Can't even roll my eyes.
I have nothing good to say. I mean, I have nothing bad to say about, the caseworkers and the agency that, I'm part of now. They've done a lot. And, they helped my progression as a person a lot. And I know a lot of people don't, see them as, they see.
Janie, your laptop or your tablet or your phone is on too loud. Get back from your son.
CPS is just trying to take away, but they don't understand that how much it actually adds to your life And in some aspects, you feel like you're losing, but as a person, if you use the opportunities they give you, you can really move forward as, being the best person you can be. And I took advantage of that and took advantage of every opportunity that they, put.
Yeah, you take advantage of everything, Daniel. You take advantage of everything.
My way to become a better person. So I have nothing bad to say about the agency now. But in the past, when our first caseworkers, they were, they made a lot of mistakes and they handled the case improperly. And, after, Malaya lost custody of our daughter, when we got new caseworkers and, it got moved to a different county, I learned that, I should, listen to everybody and try to take this time to become a better person. And I did that.
Well,
I've said
I told Daniel in chat that I'm sure he will have lots of time to sit and think about becoming a better person. I do believe Daniel will have lots of time to sit and think about him to become a better person. That it is not okay to allegedly abuse women. That it is certainly not okay to SA a woman or anybody. That it is not okay to assault allegedly somebody. That it is not okay to abuse and neglect children. That it is not okay to lie on a 4 and a 6-year-old. Shannon, how you doing, girl?
that with the speculation that Malaya is protecting the kids from CPS. If CPS is involved, the best way to protect your kids is to work with CPS. So kudos to you for doing that. But I have a question because, okay, so the situation, the environment at the time was not suitable for the baby to remain there, and I understand that. If you're the one with all of the accusations against you with CPS, that supervision order was put on Malaya right away as well. Like she was able to leave, but it didn't take too long for her to have a supervision order placed on her. Do you know why it was placed on her so quickly?
She did have a supervision put on her. But again, Malaya, and I don't agree with CPS with this, to be honest with you. I think they should have removed Meadow from both of them immediately, in my opinion. But she was allowed to be around Meadow until she screwed that up.
And then again, you weren't able to see the baby right away either. So what was their reasoning for putting an order on her? Like, I know about you say false accusations on you. I know about that, but why were you?
Remember, his children said that he was mean to Jack and Lilly. And just so you know, they were only there every other weekend and saw that.
Putting accusations in or reports in against her as well? Like, why was she under supervision order?
She was put in under supervision order immediately.
Yep.
Just due to the fact there's 2 missing children. And
nope. Because it was a very strange case of 2 missing children. And because, in my opinion, of the neglect and the abuse, and they thought, in my opinion, y'all could have harmed the kids.
that's just to do with, it was a very odd situation, and CPS recognized that, but they never took everything fully into account. But she was under a supervisional.
We got to count again. They never took everything fully into account. What did they not take, Daniel, into account? That the kids were living in a math-filled, toxic environment, dirty, filthy, not being watched, abused, neglected, missing 40-some days of school? What did they miss? What did they miss? Thank you, Helicopter. Thank you, darling, for gifting the promo. Appreciate that. If you receive that, make sure you thank our Helicopter Mama. Thank you so much, love.
Order, as you just said. And yeah, it was just, she needed to be monitored, like, fully, just due to the fact that she was in a relationship with someone who had substance abuse disorder. And
Daniel, she was not. A day after Jack and Lily went missing, she wasn't in a freaking relationship. What is he talking about? Thank you, Jackie. Oh my God, I've been watching, but I'm behind Justin earlier. She cracked me up. You catch everything DM says, love it. Thank you, my dear. What is he talking about? You think Malaya was sleeping around the first day? Come on, Daniel. Even Malaya waited at least 72 hours before she got a man. Come on.
she needed to be monitored, like, fully, just due to the fact that she was in a relationship with someone who had substance abuse disorder. And I guess she allowed her children around someone with substance abuse disorder.
Is that what we call it now? Substance abuse disorder? Like, aren't we just addicts? Aren't we just addicted? Why does everything got to be a disorder now? Okay, anyway. Christina, thank you so much for the 250 jewels. Appreciate you, my dear. Neva, thank you for the 250 jewels. Appreciate you, my dear. Buttercup, thank you for the 200 jewels, my love. Appreciate you. Mayflower, thank you for the 2 jewels. Appreciate you, my dear. Very kind of you. Come on, Daniel. Get with the freaking program, dude. Seriously. Like, he's a nut. Patty, thank you for the 20 jewels, my dear. Appreciate you very much. Thank you, love. Narcissist. Yeah, there is. There is.
And they seen that as a red flag, because I'm fully open with, CPS and major crimes and the RCMP about like everything about my life and everything like that. But they would have also, I'm guessing they would have took a look at Malaya's criminal record, and they would have seen that on there, that it indicates that she lost Jack before, and the RCMP was called.
Did she lose Jack before? Oh, okay. So I see what he means there. Meaning she lost Jack before. Well, Daniel, just because a kid gets out doesn't mean that you're an unfit parent. First of all, it just doesn't. That things can happen in life and they can get out. But I have still not seen a receipt. Right. Yeah, he's fully open, but denied he was a rug addict for the longest. Yeah. Exactly. He's a bigger dummy than we think. Yeah. Nobody can leave a legacy like Dan, you know.
Called for that. I imagine CPS would have pulled that up. And, Major Crimes, said that to me as well, that
You think Major Crimes said, oh, yeah, Jack got out before. That's going to go against her. That's going to go against her. I have not seen a receipt yet that Jack ever got out before.
they do recognize that that's on there. And that could have been one of the points too that they took interest in.
I just want to clarify, and I might have missed it, but Justin took it as you were criticizing the volunteer searchers. Can you?
You damn right I took it as he was criticizing the volunteer searchers, because he was criticizing the volunteer searchers. No, Joyous, I don't. I'm going to be here a few more minutes and then I'm wrapping it up. This has been a long live.
Did you, I must have missed it if you did. Maybe you misspoke. Was there something that you?
No, he didn't misspeak. He did not misspeak. He criticized the searchers. I don't care if it was one searcher or, like he said, the word the minority, not the majority. He criticized the searchers, and there is just no room for that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can touch on that. I wasn't like criticizing the searchers as a whole. I just seen some of the actions that were performed by them, and this is a small minority, a very small minority. I'm not.
It goes from it goes from the minority, not the majority. Then it goes from the small minority to, not the majority. Then it goes to the very small minority, not the majority.
Saying that
play it a little more.
They're all like that, but it's just like I've seen a few that, when you walk 20 feet from the road and you sit down and you said your legs cramped, you only.
When you walk 20 feet from the road and you say your legs cramped, how do you remember that, Daniel? How do you remember you were so busy, right, looking for Jack and Lilly? How do you remember someone walked 20 feet and their legs cramped? Now come the hell on, Daniel. What are you talking about? He's nuts. And then I said in the chat here, I said, Daniel, 20 feet is 20 feet more than Malaya ever searched for Jack and Lilly. She never searched for Jack and Lilly. Oh my God, Kelly, that's so generous. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Thank you, darling. That is so sweet, Kelly. Thank you so much, babies. Appreciate you as well. Very, very kind of you. If you received one of those pearl necklaces, make sure you give our dear Kelly a big, big thank you. Very kind of you, babies.
Welcome to Clutch Them Pearls, yeah, you're in the crew. Shine bright like the stars, this world never knew. With dancing, laughing,
I hope people are paying attention to this.
welcome to Clutch Them Pearls, yeah, you're in the crew. Shine bright like the stars, this world never knew. With dancing, laughing all around this world. Hold tight, shine bright, you're part of a pearl.
There you go. Thank you so much, my lovies. Appreciate you very, very much. Very kind of you, Miss Kell. Welcome to the new members. Yes. Thank you so much, babies. Appreciate you. I just cannot believe. I mean, I can believe he would do something like this, but
only walk 20 feet. That's
Remember, he was criticizing, and I showed you earlier, Janie was criticizing the family, they were having tea and crumpets in the trailer. They were having a good old family reunion. And then now they talk about, the searchers.
anyone in a position where it's a tragic situation, you should be, you signed up to be
A tragic
a
situation.
volunteer and walk through the woods and do the best you can for families.
That's exactly right, Daniel. I mean, listen to this mofo. Seriously, listen to him. He is criticizing people that heard. This wasn't, you don't pencil in when a crime happens or children go missing, Daniel. This was not, yeah, kids will go missing right then. I'll be available. They said, oh my God, 2 kids are missing. They got their clothes on, they got in their car, and they drove to wherever you can live on a moment's notice. You don't criticize even someone that got there in a moment's notice and walked 20 fucking feet. You don't do that. You egotistical bastard. You don't do that.
And to see those actions, of course I'm going to point them out. Right? I think it's
Well, you know what, Daniel? Of course, we're going to point every fucking lie that you say. We're going to point that out. Of course, we're going to point that out. Of course we are. Of course you're a liar. Of course we're going to point it out.
you should hold those people accountable for their actions, right? Everybody should be held accountable.
Do you hear this guy? Yeah, everyone but him. That's right, Astro. Exactly. Everyone but him. That's exactly right, Enoch. They did not want to stop searching. Hey, C-Carb, good to see you. You've got to hold them accountable for their actions. What? Being good people, leaving their house in a moment's notice, and getting there and walking 20 feet and their knee hurts? Like, you're being a lying bitch by saying that. Nobody did that, number one. And number two, so what? So what? You are truly, in my opinion, the worst of humanity, Daniel. In my opinion, you truly are the worst of humanity.
Accountable for their actions if they did do the actions. And I observed that with my point them out. You should hold those people accountable for their actions, right? Everybody should be held accountable for their actions if they did do the actions. And I observed that with my own eyes, right? And this is a small minority, and it's not in generalizing in any way. This is a small minority. It could have only been 1%, right? And so don't take it as criticizing them for the.
Could have been 1%. You saw it with your own eyes, Daniel. Exactly, Joyce. Exactly. Thank you so much, Cindy. I've just never, ever heard anybody criticize searchers. Like, without volunteers in this world, like, volunteers are so essential to everything. Everything. I started out volunteering for hospice. I mean, I couldn't imagine someone criticizing me for doing something like that. Like, there's a lot of things you could criticize me for, and there's a lot of things you might be able to criticize the search for, but don't criticize them for their volunteering and their time and saying they need to be held accountable. I've never heard of anything like that in my life. What are you volunteering for, Daniel? besides your next rug deal?
The 1%, because there's always individuals when you get 157 searchers, you're always going to get that small minority who doesn't, put in the effort, which they.
That's right, 157 searchers, and they searched around the fucking clock. Literally, they didn't leave for 48 hours. Worked 2 days straight. I cannot. It's despicable, and he really is, Robin. I've just never. Yeah, they were found, Sam. Yeah, they were found. Thank God. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. Thank God.
Signed up to, do. Because when they sign on the dotted line, when they did an application for, ground search and rescue, you should put your whole heart and soul into that for the families.
I can't. It's, you can criticize me, Daniel, criticize Malaya, criticize yourself, which you would never do, criticize the RCMP. Don't ever criticize someone that volunteered their time in literally a moment's notice. Like fire departments. So many fire departments are volunteer. They volunteer their time. They just get up and go. Just like searchers get up and go. Like, how dare you? How dare you?
And what the actions I've seen by these individuals,
I mean, he's literally saying, people didn't put their heart and soul into it. Let me tell you something. If you leave in a moment's notice, drive there and search, I don't care if you search 20 feet, like you said, Daniel, you don't know what's the heart and soul of someone. They showed the action. They did it.
Because when they sign,
I don't believe you that someone just searched 20 feet and said, my knee hurts, you lying bastard.
on the dotted line, when they did an application for, ground search and rescue, you should put your whole heart and soul into that for the families.
Yes.
And
yes,
what
Deborah.
the actions I've seen by these individuals, their heart wasn't in there. Like, your
I
heart's
can
in it for
understand.
Their heart wasn't in there. My God.
the children and the families.
I can understand that, but another way to see it is some people just, they want to help and they desperately want to help, but they don't realize what's all involved. So once they get started, they realize maybe their physical health or their mental health or something is not going to allow them to continue. So I don't think, you know what I mean? Like, we don't know their individual situation.
Yes, that's how
I mean, one of the searchers, yes, 12-hour shifts. Yep. One of the searchers, they couldn't even screen Jack and Lily's name because if they would start crying. I mean, you're just heartless.
correct. And that's why it's, maybe only that 1% or 0.5% of people, right? And I know everybody's not capable of, things that they want to do. Like, there's some people that, they want to be professional swimmers and they can only swim half as far. But that doesn't mean you
don't criticize someone if they can only, like you're saying, Daniel, swim half. They're doing the best they can.
don't put your whole heart and soul into it. Without
you don't know what they're putting their whole heart and soul into.
Receiving injuries, of course, but it's there's two missing children, and this isn't a criticization against the total of ground search and rescue. Or
don't criticize any of them, not one of them.
or the volunteers or, you know, anyone of that sort. It's just you're going to have people like that in any, you know, any group or any organization or, you know, anything that falls under an umbrella of
1000%.
of you know, a mass of people doing something, right?
Right. Sorry. Do you?
Yeah.
Monsters of Chaos has asked this a couple of times.
Yeah.
Were you sleeping when Malaya reported the kids absent?
Yeah, I didn't know the kids were reported absent at 6:17 and 6:18. I was sleeping. So Malaya was clearly up at 6:17, 6:18, and 8:28 to make that call. And I was unaware she was keeping the kids home from school, and I wasn't awake at 6:17 or 6:18 or 8:28 for that.
You never went to bed, Daniel. You were truly out of your noggin all night. You were busy that night, and you didn't get sleep the next day either because you were running around like a madman because you didn't want to face the RCMP. That's why you stayed away for the first couple days. You didn't want to face Malaya's family. You didn't want to talk to anybody. You were whacked out of your skull, in my opinion.
And just to reiterate again, was the baby sleeping on Malaya's arm when you first woke up on Friday morning?
See, that's something in my head that, you know, I keep bouncing back and forth from. Originally, when I first woke up, I'm pretty sure that the baby was on Malaya's arm, but then it was on my arm afterwards, right? Because she would lay right in the middle and co-sleep with us. I don't know what time.
We got a moving baby, don't we? This baby was. Hold on, I'm getting some messages. I got to show y'all this. Bear with me. Daniel thinks he's so clever. He just said this. Daniel doesn't watch, but he was in a chat room earlier.
She came into the bed. I'm guessing when she marked the kids absent for school at 6:17 and 6:18, she took our daughter from the crib and put her into bed to co-sleep with us. Because for a large majority, like when she was younger,
she was on Malaya's arm, but then she was on Daniel's arm. Got it.
She co-slept with us.
Thank you. Was the ground wet and muddy when the kids disappeared?
In the woods it was. I know this is probably referring to, they're trying to get at the boot print that was beside the house. And there was a single boot print that was beside the house. There was an indentation into the soft soil or mud or rocks or dirt or whatever you want to call it
RCMP
beside
never
the house.
confirmed it.
Mom wasn't raking to try to hide boot prints or footprints like I always see like online. Like that's what Mom tells me, right? Or sometimes I see it online if I, you know, or Mom shows me. And Mom wasn't raking to hide any boot prints or cover.
Look what Daniel said a minute ago or earlier today. I do pay child support to my ex-wife. I have over 10, is it 100,000 prepaid? One's 10, 100,000, 10,000, 10,000 prepaid. Damn. Did you guys know that Daniel has over $10,000 prepaid in back or child support? Wow. And Daniel says, I had multiple properties. Yeah. very funny you say that, Daniel, because you said that just a little bit ago, because when I was reading, Daniel, however, denied having money problems and had claimed to his friends that he was getting into investing and turning his life around after the divorce. That is cited from the Globe and Mail, by the way. No, Daniel. How you paid for your $5,000 Escalade is you were gambling online, which I didn't even know people could do, to be honest with you, until Daniel, and he won $5,000 online. So if that's what you call investing, Daniel, okay. And then he says, I had rental properties. Daniel, renting the crack spoon is not considered renting, okay? Renting the crack spoon to heat it up is not renting, sir. I'm sorry, but it's not, okay? All right. In other news. All right, and there we have it there with the latest on the Martell himself. Lord have mercy. This live stream today is brought to you by Hot Water. Daniel, kiss my hot water ass, okay? You can take the coupon code and shove it. Okay, thank you so much. All righty, guys. Yes, his rental properties. Now, my question is, if he has rental properties, why is he living in his mommy's trailer and not paying rent? That's yes, Mohawk. Thank you. Yes. Yes. He claims he has rental properties, but he parked his ass in his mommy's. Right. And doesn't pay his mommy anything, where she literally, and I'm don't saying this to make fun or anything like that. I'm really not. But where he has his mother with no plumbing and she uses a bucket. Like, for real? What the fuck is wrong with this man? Daniel, even your dad said in this article, the family was under pressure. A confluence of financial woes left the couple turning to relatives for help. Like many lower tier workers at the mill, Daniel had to cut back to one shift per week. And then it says Daniel's father, Earl, that's your dad, said he bought the couple groceries and gas and provided firewood to heat their home. Daniel, however, denied having money problems and had claimed to friends that he was getting into investing and turning his life around after the divorce. Other means of cash flow had been cut off in recent months. Child support payments from Jack and Lily's biological father had stopped, and he had lost his job. Malaya's monthly Canada benefits check or baby bonus, which under federal guidelines would be $1,900 per month, was halted because Daniel hadn't filed his taxes, which were due April 30th. It is ego and it's buffoonery, and he doesn't like I guess it's the rugs. That's the only thing I can think of. Like no rational person would say that. Give it to us, Shannon. Come on. What's your strange question? What's this? Investing in math of his lungs, only investment he has. A whole new line of confinement gear. Yes. Oh, guys, hold on. We have a sponsor of today. 1 second here. We have a sponsor for today. Okay, let me get Shannon's first. Is it possible for someone close to this case to be having a relationship or affair with someone in the RCMP and a blind eye turned, or could that person just try to insinuate that for their own gain? No, I don't think so, Shannon. Their own gain. Just their own gain. Guys, we have a commercial break, a sponsor. 1 second, please. All righty, here we go. Today's sponsor is the Martell Deluxe Knee Savers, and you can dropping new merch weekly. The Martell confinement gear, extra thick padding to protect the knees from calluses. You can order that right now if you enter the code Martell Sucks, SUX. That is Martell Sucks, SUX 10. Right now, if you order one right now, you can get one free. Also, free shipping for the next 10 orders. Okay. We would like to thank the Martell Deluxe Knee Savers for sponsoring, the fake sponsor of today's video. Alrighty, thank you all so much for joining me. I do appreciate you all. Thank you, Miss Joyous, darling. Very kind. Appreciate your love. Oops. Thank you guys for a great live, and the chat was super tonight. I need to make dinner. My mother-in-law made dinner, so I need to go eat. How about that? Hope you have a good dinner, Miss Joyous. Thank you all so much for joining me. I do appreciate you. You guys are all amazing. Special thanks to mods, members, and chat. Really, really do appreciate you all. We're not going to stop with Jack and Lilly. Like I said, I know there's not as many people talking about Jack and Lilly and stuff now, and keeping it especially just about the case. But we're going to be here, whether there's 1 or 1,000 in the chat. We're not giving up on Jack and Lilly. They have been failed miserably, and we're going to see it through. Whether it's another year, another day, another week, another umpteen years, we're going to be here. Right, Dan? Right, May? Right, Jane? Thank you guys so much for joining me. Lord willing, I will see you guys tomorrow. I've been here almost 5 hours. I can no longer feel my arse. So I'm going to try to get some feeling back in my ass. Love you guys. Get some rest. Good night.